And we're unmuted.
Okay. Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, March 24th. The time is 9 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting to order. May we please have the invocation by Pastor Scott? Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Will you please join me in a moment of prayer here? Lord, thank you for this opportunity for us to gather together today, for us to put the concerns of our county in front of us and for us to focus in on them, to place budget items in front of us today. And we ask for your wisdom and your discernment in how to navigate these topics, how to respond, how to engage on this topic, but ultimately what it is that you're inviting us into in this day. We pray for clarity of mind in navigating all the decisions that need to be made today. We consecrate this space in every interaction today. We pray for your blessings upon all people here, all of those commenting, and everybody getting a chance to listen. And we'd be attuned to what it is that you are speaking to us today as we go through all of the decisions today. Let this all be done in a posture of love and care for the people of El Dorado County. And continue to bless this county, Lord, in all things. It's in your precious name we get to pray these things. Amen.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pastor. I'd like to call on Supervisor Veerkamp at this time.
Yeah, Madam
Supervisor?
Chair, thank you very much. El Dorado County lost a legend within the last week, a legend for El Dorado County. Davy Doc Weiser passed last weekend, and if you would, please join me in a moment of silence, and if we can, we would close today's meeting in his honor. Thank you very much. He will be sorely missed, and he was definitely a part of our history, and just one heck of a great guy. You all know. Yeah.
Very good friend.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Supervisor Ferrero, will you lead us in the pledge?
Everyone, please rise for a Pledge of Allegiance.
Madam CAO, are there any changes to the agenda that was posted on March 18th?
No changes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on to approval of the consent calendar. Are there any consent calendar items that my colleagues wish to comment on or pull for discussion? I'll turn to my right.
No, thank you.
Supervisor? Okay. Supervisor Veerkamp?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to register recusals on items 7 and 23.
7 and 23. Supervisor Turnbull?
Somebody. No changes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Parlin?
No changes.
Okay, thank you, and I have no changes. We will now take public comment on all matters on the consent calendar. Public comment on closed session items will also be taken at this time. Please identify which item or items you will be addressing to the board. To be specific, we will take items in closed session numbers 1, 2, and 50. And on the consent items, items number 3 through 40. Are there any members of the public that would like to address the board at this time? Please come forward.
Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press star 9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ruth Michelson, District 4. The 3 I'd like to address, 46, 48, and 49. For 46, just a quick shout out.
So right now, that's going to be our very next item. Right now, it's just consent and closed session.
Sorry, I didn't.
That's okay. Sorry for the confusion. That's okay.
I jumped the gun.
You did, but that's okay. So again, we're taking public comment on 1, 2, and 50 and items 3 through 40. Good
Leo
morning.
Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. Closed session. This is just me as a teacher. Purple, so not red. It says the negotiator for Diamond Springs is interim and she's been promoted. So I don't know how you fix those things, but that's the record. And then my more specific is consent 38. Consent 38 addresses our wonderful but expensive Law and Justice Building, if I have the right name. It speaks about the morgue. It's a general fund expense. And I've heard questions out in the community, and I hope that at some point you can address it. Is this the most efficient use in terms of planning? And this is continuity. It's not on you guys, it's on other boards and all of that to make this substantive investment in a resource that we are now, contracting out, all sorts of stuff. That's the questions I'm hearing from the public. I haven't been able to actually visit it, but from their perspective, it's an underutilized facility. And maybe we're making enough money contracting it out, but that's the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public in the room that would like to address the board on consent or closed session? Okay, seeing none, may we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, board. Glad to be here today. Item 27, Department of Transportation. We're really getting into high tech when we talk about an unmanned aerial vehicle and also high precision global navigation satellite system type topics. And therefore, I believe that our county, therefore, is this is an indication of how much technology is important to our county, and therefore I support it. I did item 27. Item 30, I was involved with the Planning Commission as we've discussed previously. East Ridge Village final map that's going to give us a total of 44 residential lots is on the east side of the ridge of El Hills, and a very, very wildfire unsafe area. I'm quite concerned once these houses are built that we have the adequate infrastructure in place in order to protect those. And because they're on the side of a ridge, I believe that this is not what you'd expect out of a particular area. And it would be important to note that the local fire protection district, El Dorado Hills, is prepared to deal with a one-way in, one-way out system. Now, I understand that there is going to be a south gated place to be able to have the people go in and out using an emergency exit. But I believe you should be looking at this closer, because I don't believe at this point it's ready for prime time. Thank you for the time this morning.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Dean Getz.
Good morning, board, staff. I want to piggyback on the comments made on the agenda item pertaining to Eastridge Village. I don't recall that number. I think it's, it doesn't really matter. That being said, there's an agreement in this item for your consent. The agreement is to make subdivision improvements. I just want to highlight that Mr. Harn has come to the board recently, admitted the county, quote, screwed up, didn't obtain the proper deeding to public improvements that were reimbursed by the county time and time and time again. Those public improvements still remain at issue, but it's a good time to remind the board that we need to get our process in place, make sure our procedures are squared away, and you guys, by your own titles, are supervisors, meaning you're supposed to be responsible for the staff and the procedures the staff abides by, including the law. And so there's a hole in the oversight here where Mr. Harn has repeatedly relied, Mr. Harn has repeatedly relied on other departments, and the prepositional phrase, to the best of my knowledge, these properties are deeded or are properly recorded, are already in fee title in the possession of the public, meaning the county or one of its accountable agencies. And that prepositional phrase, to the best of my knowledge, has failed the county, its oversight, including the supervisors at the time. And I just wouldn't want you all to fall victim to that ongoing procedural defect, especially because it's been put in the administrative record that the county has such a defect. That would create an administrative record for the ongoing understanding that you have a defect to fix. And it isn't a free pass for those items that you failed to fix in the past. And the list kind of goes on, but I also wanted to just quickly identify that the Taxpayers Association and others are becoming more and more in tune with how everything works. And I think you guys are going to need to bring your A game to make sure you don't get meleeed by your own voters. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. I'll bring this back to the board. We'll close public comment. Does staff wish to reply to any of the comments or questions by the public? Okay, seeing none, then I'll bring this back to the board for action. Ms. Dawson, can you please read the item?
Approve of the consent calendar with the following changes. Supervisor Veerkamp will recuse himself from items number 7 and number 23.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, is
Move.
there a motion? Thank you,
Second.
Ms. Parlin. Thank you, Mr. Veerkamp. There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to public comment on the rest of the agenda, excluding item number 47. Please identify which item or items you will be addressing to the board at this time. To be specific, we will be taking public comment on items number 41 through 46, item number 48, and item number 49. Ms. Dawson?
Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We'll begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Good morning again.
All right, I'm going to try again.
Okay.
Thanks. So Ruth Michelson, District 4, I wanted to address 46, 48, and 49. 46, all I wanted to say was I thought the letter written by Lee Tannenbaum was well stated. And I thought, good job. No more to say on that one. He kind of said it all. My main one I want to really talk about is item 49. The third portion, the housing element, but my reference to 48 was in your section 3 of 48. It's just that you say thriving economy, workforce excellence. That's all I want to refer to as that applies to item 49. And so now I'll get going. So you guys have received some really excellent letters on item 49 from some very intelligent and caring people. I don't need to repeat any of what was said in those letters. I'm sure you've read them and taken that in. I'm really more interested in the why. Why are we where we are right now? And so my thoughts about the why we do not have workforce housing in this county. I've come up with some possible ideas. Your constituents continually complain, for number one. And I think it's great you listen to your constituents selectively, but there are sometimes higher needs in this county. And so the complaints you hear about, oh, we'll lose the racetrack, that's ridiculous. That one that you guys, it was like handed to you on a silver platter and you let that one go. I also think about property tax revenue. Yeah, you make more money with more expensive houses. And I know that you live off of property tax, sales tax, and TOT taxes. Resistance towards the state. We don't even have the state flag hanging like the others are. I know you guys have a grudge, some of you, against the state. You think this is a problem, you just wait. I'll get into that when my time's running out. So, and then the unspoken that I read about, about those people, not wanting to bring in those people, housing for those people because of crime or drug use or lowering property tax, property values. That just simply isn't true for people who are at a low end. These are our workforce people, our service workers. So I guess in the few seconds I have left, I just want to say that in 2021, that's 5 years ago, Housing and Community Development from the state lined up what the consequences are if you do not come into compliance. Litigation, loss of permitting authority, $100,000 a month, court receivership, streamlined ministerial approval process. Google it, read it. Your legal people should be warning you. You're in a dangerous area right now, and you need to really pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Jen Romaldi, Local 1 President. I'm here talking on item 46. So this item says that the county wants to review its compensation philosophy, its structure for unrepresented employees, and compensation for board members. It also says one of the county's workforce priorities is to attract and retain the best employees and to enhance employee retention. So this all sounds great, but it's very clear that this philosophy is not applied equally. And it's something I keep saying, that actions speak louder than words. When the discussion is about management, department heads, or unrepresented leadership, the language is always positive. Retention, competitiveness, attracting the best. But when Local 1, OE3, and other lower paid workers ask for livable wages, the conversation suddenly becomes about costs, limits, and what the county supposedly cannot afford. And that's exactly why people are starting to pay attention to this. Your own fact sheet says Section 504, as adopted, included 6 classifications. Your own fact sheet also says that beyond those 6, the board later added 11 more classifications through negotiations or board resolution, bringing the total to 206 county allocations tied to Section 504. When did follow the charter become expand the charter? We reviewed the compensation history data included with this item in your presentation, and it does show raises across many groups from 2018 to 2026. So that's not the issue. The issue is the structure and the priorities behind it. The county keeps defending the top end compensation as a matter of principle, while lower level workers are told to be patient and realistic. That's the double standard that people are reacting to. So let's look at some of the data. A 24% increase for Local 1 employees looks a lot different than 24% for management. So 24% from your spreadsheet converted to dollars for an office assistant is $4.34 compared to an assistant public administrator. 24% is $8.92, I'm sorry. Program coordinator, 24% is $6.27, but a fiscal manager is $13.48. The public health nurse 24% increase is only $10.37, while the deputy director of engineering is at $20.32. Those are the differences we're talking about. Percentages to Local 1 don't make a big difference when gas is looking like it's going to be at $7 a gallon here soon, and inflation is through the roof. So even now, with the lawsuit the county has chose to file over the ballot measure addressing these 504 runaway salaries, there's already been an attempt to shift the blame for those legal costs onto unions. But the county made that choice, the county filed that complaint, and then the public said the measure would be limited would limit the board's constitutional discretion over compensation. So we do not agree with that lawsuit, but we'll address that at another time. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. Leo Bennett Koshan. Deliberately, I'm stating I'm from El Dorado County. You're elected in districts. You govern for all of us. As was stated, you're getting excellent letters, excellent information. As a teacher, it's difficult that this is the oral part, and I'm glad that you will be talking about item 46 at 9:30, but I'm going to oral input on item 49, and I hope you can remember that long. But I can tell you, as a teacher, I hope when you revise all of this, you think about how we communicate, how we learn, how we best can address issues. And in my experience, that time lag isn't effective. I'm on a journey after my wife died, trying to decide, where do I want to put my energy? Part of it is here, because she died here, and we'll plant a memorial tree. But part of me wants to just take my grandchildren and go somewhere else. And that's not a reflection on you. There's just lots of different places. But I'd like to speak on what would keep me here. And in item 46, when you're going to address the pay scale, you're going to address it holistically. And I beg you to think about workshops where you can listen without being up on the dais at the same level. And I'm sharing my concern is we talk about compaction. I'm speaking about expansion. My degree, public administration. When you give straight pay raises, that expansion grows. And I visited our wonderful senior center here in Placerville. You need one in South Lake Tahoe. You need one in El Dorado Hills. And those folks, your program aides, are still not competitive. Their salaries are low compared to fast food. But one of your criteria is to try to raise everybody to the median. You're never going to get there. You're competing with bigger counties, bigger tax bases. What needs to happen, in my opinion, is that people feel El Dorado County cares. And the housing element is part of that. As I try to help my children move from rental to housing in the area you talked about with the fire evacuation, it's like we can't be this far behind. We have to figure out how to cooperate with the whole team, which is partially the state of California, and take care of our kids, as you've been told, and workplace housing. And everybody fighting, us fighting you fighting the state, that's not how we bring together and feel like, hey, this is a place with heart. Because that's what keeps people here, I think, above and beyond pay scale, housing, and everything. If El Dorado cares, we will all be able to figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Shannon Starr, Operating Engineers Local 3, represent Trades and Craft and Corrections. I'm going to start off by finishing Jen's letter for her. Last fall, the workers and the community members rallied publicly over fair pay and specifically called for an end to the automatic raises for top officials, saying workers can no longer afford to live in the community they serve. If the board wants to rebuild trust, do the right thing. Stop attaching the automatic raises for the high-paid executive officials. Take it back to what voters approved. Start applying your compensation philosophy to all employees, not just those at the top, because a compensation philosophy that only feels generous at the top is not a philosophy, it's a preference. I'm here kind of repeating what I've repeated several times. We don't have an issue with fairness in wages. We don't. It's the automatic percentages that are added. When you add a percentage to somebody who makes $143 an hour, it's a lot bigger than somebody who makes $24 an hour. We want to stop the automatic raises. We want fairness for all. The county's compensation philosophy at the management level for represented managers tends to be 15% step 1 to step 1. And yet, that's not what you do for the unrepresented management and those you've attached to the 504. If you keep a fair space between wages at all levels, including the lower level staff that I represent, Local 1 represents, then you keep fairness throughout. If you raise a lower level and you keep a spacing between the levels, then everybody has a fair pay and fair wages. But those at the lowest levels are underpaid. We can't recruit, we can't keep people. We get them and you're a training ground. You've heard this for years. You're training the people that then go to the surrounding agencies because they pay better. It's time to start making those lower wage employees fairly paid and stop inflating the salaries of those high paid officials automatically. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Gina Posey, candidate for Supervisor, District 4. I'm commenting on items 48 and 49. We now begin the review for the strategic plan and the general plan, and these are foundational documents. In the strategic plan, it states, above all, El Dorado County residents encouraged us to listen, keep our promises, communicate, use the general plan as a guide for all decisions, reduce employee turnover, and keep our county rural and special with less development and with carefully managed growth. These are your words. You acknowledged what the people of El Dorado County expect from you. You stated that residents encouraged you to listen, keep your promises, communicate, use the general plan as a guide for all decisions, reduce employee turnover, and preserve our county's rural character through less development and carefully managed growth. These are not just goals, these are commitments. Today, I look to the board to follow through on what you've said. Listen to the residents, not after decisions are made, but before. I look forward to the June meeting when we will revisit public comment. Keep your promises not selectively, but consistently. Use the general plan not as a suggestion, but as the foundation for your decisions. Work to stabilize our workforce so county services are reliable. And most importantly, protect the rural character of this county by rejecting overdevelopment and ensuring growth is thoughtful and aligned with our community values. Bottom line, this is about trust, accountability, and leadership. And so my ask here today is, when will the board be holding public meetings for input from the public on the strategic plan and the general plan? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll go online, please, Ms. Dawson.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. First, I want to say it's unfortunate that the public is still not viewed as relevant to real-time discussion. Please change your procedure for comments back soon. In regard to item 48, Government Code 65300 requires a general plan. A strategic plan is separate and voluntary. It should not be stated as update required by county charter. If only 8% of agenda items relate to strategic planning, maybe remove and focus on strategy and priority to implement the general plan for efficiency. Another thing, nothing should be ongoing daily business procedures in a strategic plan. I suggest standard completion status and archive of those items. And then for item number 49, the general plan, I agree with the suggestions written by Kevin McCarty. Hopefully you all read that. Big market rate development is not the way. They're holding us hostage. We should encourage small business creation by reducing fees. I'm curious why seed isn't included in the major planning activities to focus on job potentials. Those activities showed nothing related to job creation. Assumption number 7 says that LOS is supported and valid. That conflicts with the recommendation that LOS is outdated. Do not throw out our level of service and measures that we voted on. And finally, this has to be done with the public. Revisions should go to vote like the current plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, board. Just a few comments about this part of the board meeting. I have an interest personally in item 46, 48, and 49. As you know, I was a planning commissioner for 2.5 years, so therefore 48 and 49 are of interest to me. But I don't have enough time. 3 minutes is not enough time to talk to these 3 items. So I'm going to focus my attention only on 46, given the fact I have 2 minutes and 20 seconds to do that. As we know, the original intent of County Charter 504 was to provide, I believe in 1996, Deputy Sheriff 1 and 2, Sergeant, Lieutenant, Captain, and Undersheriff. And then subsequently, through board actions after, we've added all of these other classifications, such as alternate public defender, chief administrative officer, chief probation officer, county counsel, district attorney investigator, amongst others. We can't afford to continue under this methodology. We're asking, the taxpayers is asking that we go back to the original intent of the voters. In regards to these added positions, all I can see in the future, if something is not resolved, is either not funding services that the public really wants to have, like senior daycare and things like that, versus continuing to go down this path of no control. Around December, it's calculated how much, and it's automatically implemented through your Board of Supervisors action. I don't understand how in that system we can go anywhere other than bankruptcy, or if we're not going to go bankrupt because we're of a conservative thought on financial, we would then end up reducing our services to what we believe to be more community-oriented topics that that would, in regards to these services, take us down a path of essentially a rigid structure with nothing for the public to benefit from. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Lee Tannenbaum.
Good morning, Board. I'm Lee Tannenbaum, President of the Taxpayers Association, and I'm commenting on item 46. This isn't complicated, and it's not a disagreement over policy. It's a failure to follow the law. Charter Section 504, as approved by the voters, is narrow. It applies to specific sheriff classifications and requires an annual salary comparison. That's it. It does not authorize expansion. It does not authorize a countywide compensation system, and yet that's exactly what it's become. Over time, through board actions, MOUs, and administrative decisions, Section 504 has been expanded far beyond what the voters approved. What started as a targeted parity provision has turned into a salary escalator, impacting hundreds of employees and driving a major portion of this county's structural budget problem. That expansion is not in the charter. And under California law, you don't get to rewrite the charter or add to it because it's convenient. It's the county's governing document. It names specific classifications. Those are the only ones covered. Expanding it without a vote of the people is not interpretation, it's overreach. But the bigger issue is this: you're now operating a compensation system that may violate state law. Under the Myers-Mellius-Brown Act, wages must be negotiated in good faith. That requires real discretion, real negotiation. If compensation is predetermined by charter, then bargaining becomes performative. It's not real, and the courts have been very clear. You cannot go through the motions while the outcome is already decided. That exposes this county to legal challenge, another legal challenge. And not theoretical exposure, real exposure. This is the kind of issue that ends up in front of PERB. And when it does, it's not just policy that gets reviewed, it's the entire system. Now let's talk about responsibility. This doesn't sit with staff alone. Under Government Code 25300, the board is responsible for oversight and compensation decisions. These weren't abstract administrative actions. They were board-approved actions, policy agreements, and implementation that you own. You cannot delegate authority and then disclaim responsibility. It doesn't work that way. And now, instead of fixing the problem, the county is suing its own constituents, asking the court to step in. That's a risky strategy. Because once this gets in front of a judge, you don't get to control the outcome anymore. The court finds that Section 504 has been applied beyond its authority, or worse, in conflict with state law, you may get a narrowing or an invalidation. That risk is entirely self-created. The path forward is simple. Return Section 504 to what the voters approved, stop applying it beyond its scope, conduct the required annual reviews as the board actions, and stop spending taxpayer money fighting the very people who gave you the authority in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from H. Keith.
Hello, my name's Helen Keith. I'm a resident of Grizzly Flats and the vice president for EDCEA Local 1. I wanted to take a minute to go back to what Jen was saying earlier with the little chart that we put together of the percentage raises for each bargaining unit and what that translates to in dollar amounts. So for an office assistant at Top Step over the last 8 years, I calculated that the raise would have been roughly $4.36 an hour. And for a Board of Supervisors member, the raise would have been roughly $4.76 an hour. So I know that you guys were feeling frustrated about how little your wages have kept up with inflation, how they don't reflect the work that you put in, and that's feeding some anger and some frustration and like, why do I have to justify myself? I deserve a raise just like everybody else. So I hope that you can see that we have that in common, because it often feels adversarial and like we're fighting each other for limited resources. But I just want you to remember that if you're feeling frustrated with how stagnated your wages are, so are we. And we're kind of in the same boat, because like office assistants and our lowest paid workers, they got about the same raise in dollar amount as you guys did. So think about how that feels and how we feel and how much we have in common. That's all.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Dean Getz.
Again, board, just weighing in and pulling all of these pieces together that you're hearing about. Earlier commenter Chris Payne highlighted why the very policy that you implemented related to public comment violates his right to participate in this meeting today. He would normally be able to speak to multiple items for multiple 3 minutes at a time, and that's no more. And I think that that's because you guys know you're burning down the house. El Dorado County, just as El Dorado CSD, finds themselves doing stupid things like filing politically unwinnable lawsuits. Politically unwinnable, meaning you can't win with the people who voted you in when you're telling the people who voted you in that you don't care if they've got, in El Dorado Hills CSD's case, the right to vote on taxes, which is in the California Constitution, which is being pursued now by the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, the bill's author, to make sure that El Dorado Hills CSD becomes a poster child for what not to do for every city, county, special district out there. You're all going to be limited by the stupidity of El Dorado Hills CSD's board. That's what's happening now. You've got taxpayers associations and taxpayers individually filing cure and corrects, multiple simultaneously filed PRAs, finding out that you guys can't even keep your story straight. And the regulatory complaints, oh boy, look out. It's because it's going to bring this renegade leadership to a halt. I just want to take you back to where this all kind of appears to have started. El Dorado County got in this game in the middle 90s with a master plan community, a Serrano subdivision with 6,100 new rooftops that were going to pay you in perpetuity. And that's about the time the 504 plan came up. Wait a minute. the automatic pay chain funneling money to you guys in an automatic raise based on rooftops? Who knew? Oh, well, there's a money funnel and it's backed by the Chamber of Commerce. Led by special interest Parker Development's Kirk Bone as the chamber president today and longtime chamber PAC. That funnels money to seat supervisors, and it even provides documented free rent, 452 Main Street. And you know what? Mr. Bone's presidency becomes a liability. And the chamber's Laurel Brentbaum, she's already resigned from that kind of exposure. The special interest funnel, the other garbage that's happening needs to be cleaned up, and it needs to be cleaned up in a hurry. And I just want to emphasize to you that when this all started, the county didn't sit on 71,000 email addresses and a registered voter total of 171,000 people. So you guys better wake up, because we're going to get to the people before you get to the people, and they're going to get you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I just got back from out of the country and I've tried to put all this out of my mind. I've been following the county, trying to keep us rural, working with many of you and putting in policies and putting many people in office, hoping that you would adhere to the things that you campaign about. I really debated about even calling in because this is such a joke of a process. Nobody's got time to go through all these things and then comment 3 minutes on a total of all of these critical issues that you're doing, but it's not going to matter to you what the public says because you really don't even want to hear from them. So what bothered me is seeing the strategic plan. I was there the first day that the county decided to have a strategic plan, which is a joke because it's mainly to sidestep the general plan, which is what your document is that you're supposed to be following, that I doubt even if you do understand it, you don't care about it. So I want to say ditto to Dean Getz, Chris Payne, Lee Tannenbaum, Linda Campbell, and Gina Posey, who all, these are people who probably do more homework in the actions you are taking than any of you do. I'm talking about 48 and 49. The other ones have been pretty well covered about, it's almost like all of the stupid projects our good old boys have wanted to get past over the many decades are consequently coming back to us during this period of suppression of the public's input. And sadly, we elected many of you to fix this. We put in policies to help you have law to abide by that you've blown off for ever since the initiative to have road capacity got passed. You've totally ignored it. And I guess one of the speakers mentioned that you even say it's not even important. There's another word, but I'm just really disgusted. I've gotten a lot of phone calls and emails. I turned my phone off until I just got back a few days ago, and I'm just getting hammered by people in the county that are frustrated, disgusted, letting me know what's happening. And it's like, what are we supposed to do? These 5 people that are supposed to be representing the public and their employees could care less. So there's just, I don't know. I've got a lot of people contacting me. I'm not sure what to do with all that. And unfortunately for you, you still have to hear from us, and we'll see what we put together. Thanks.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment at this time. Are there any staff that wish to comment on any of the public comment that we heard?
I think much of that pertain to items 46, 48, and 49, and so staff can address those when they present those items.
Perfect. Okay, we'll count on that.
Could we, when we hear those items, address those questions first? Because I wrote some down.
I did too.
I'd like to do that first when we do each item.
Okay. Perfect.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll move on to item number 46. which is our time certain 9:30 a.m. Ms. Dawson, will you please read this item into the record?
Of course. Item number 46 comes from the Human Resources Department recommending the board, one, receive and file a presentation on the county's compensation structure for the classifications referenced in the salary and benefits resolutions for unrepresented employees and the county's compensation philosophy. Two, receive and file the 2026 total compensation study for unrepresented classifications. And three, provide direction to staff on revisions to the countywide compensation philosophy resolution, compensation structure for unrepresented employees, and compensation structure for board members. Written public comments received by 4 p.m. on the day prior to today's meeting were distributed to all board members and included with this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. Supervisor Parlin, I think it would be prudent to do the staff report first, and then we'll
go
take the
to that.
public's questions right off the top. Okay, perfect. I'd like to welcome Joey Cruzco, our Director of Human Resources. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Board. Joey Carrasco, Director of Human Resources. I'm joined today by Lauren Montalvo, a Senior HR Analyst in my office. So before we begin, I wanted to provide an overview of what we plan to present to you today. Some of this information will be new to you, but the majority of it you're all well-versed in. However, we wanted to provide you with a complete and comprehensive representation of what brings us here today. So I'll be discussing the background of Section 602, the Salary and Benefits Resolution. I'll be discussing our compensation philosophy in its current form. I'll be sharing historical data, current structure, and supporting data. And then lastly, we'll talk about board member compensation. I'll then provide your board with options and seek your guidance on which direction you would like to pursue. So again, there's a lot of data-driven information that I'll be sharing today. You'll hear me say that throughout the presentation. We're not seeking a final decision today. And we're, of course, open to coming back at a later date to discuss further. But throughout the presentation, if I'm going too fast, please tell me. If you have questions, jump in at any time. So with that, let's get started.
And I would just ask that you indicate by using your red button that you want to talk as if we have multiple questions as opposed to talking on top of each other. Thank you.
Are we going to ask questions as we go along then?
I think that's what Mr. Cruzco just encouraged.
Sure, that works for me.
So using the buttons, are you going to be on it?
I'll be on it.
You have to be on it to
I'm
do
on
that.
it.
Okay.
I'm on it. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. So a bit of background. Following the December 9th board meeting, we're here at your direction to discuss the unrepresented classifications impacted by Charter 504 referenced in Section 602 of our Salary and Benefits Resolution for unrepresented employees. So there's a total of 7 unrepresented classifications impacted by Charter 504, which include alternate public defender, chief administrative officer, chief probation officer, county counsel, district attorney, public defender, and the sheriff. As a reminder, the unrepresented group consists of elected and appointed department heads, administrative management, confidential, extra help, and retired annuitants. So we won't be discussing represented classifications as their compensation is governed by collective bargaining agreements under the umbrella of the MMBA. So most of the data presented today will be for unrepresented classifications. And I use the term most because there will be some historical data in the slides that includes our represented groups too. Next slide. A bit more background. Our county charter, Section 504, requires us, HR, to annually review the average salaries of the South Lake Tahoe Police Department, Amador County Sheriff's Office, and the California Highway Patrol. Per the charter, the impacted classifications in El Dorado County are the undersheriff, captain, lieutenant, sergeant, and the deputy sheriff classifications. Move to the next slide. So countywide compensation philosophy resolution was initially adopted by the board in 2017. In 2023, HR recommended a revision to that philosophy, more specifically, the methodology of our comp studies. So we formed a committee of various stakeholders, including human resources, and a recommendation was made to use 5 comparator agencies instead of 9. And those 5 are Yolo, Amador, Placer, Sacramento, and Napa counties. So there are 4 components to the county's compensation philosophy. And on this slide, the first and arguably the most critical, what the board is saying here is that the county is going to endeavor to maintain competitive and fiscally responsible pay that is based on market data and accurately reflects the work and responsibility performed. The compensation philosophy resolution goes on to further explain that it's the board's long-term goal to bring the total compensation of our classifications to the median, emphasize, of the market. This is our current compensation philosophy today. And to clarify, and you'll see it in the yellow box, the median is the middle value in an ordered data set, separating the higher half from the lower half. Move on. To assess a classification's standing relative to the market median, the compensation study is essential. These studies analyze internal equity, market competitiveness, and structural alignment across key job classifications. I should mention that these studies are very involved and time-consuming, but they're worth it. I want to point out some key steps in a complete compensation study you'll see on the screen there. They include collecting and reviewing job documentation, identifying benchmark jobs for comparison with selected comparator agencies, conducting market research, completing data entry, and lastly, finalizing the compensation study. The study compares compensation and benefits data to the median of the market comparators, allowing your board to understand how classifications align with the median and to make informed compensation decisions to achieve their long-term goal of aligning classifications closer to the market median. Next slide. Okay, now we're going to dive in to the data piece of the presentation. We're about to show you quite a bit, so I'll slow down here a little bit and happy to answer any questions. This slide illustrates pay increases for our unrepresented folks. A breakdown of this group is shown on the upper right-hand corner of the screen, and it totals about 180 employees total between the elected and appointed department heads, our administrative management group, it's 113 there, and our confidential employees. So it's about 180 employees total. And in an endeavor to reach the board's goal of setting the compensation of our classifications to market median, the board adopted several salary increases over recent years. On the next slide, I'll show you a chart of salary increases across all bargaining units, but in this graphic, we're focusing on the unrepresented classifications in particular. The data on this slide is from 2018 to current. That you'll see that the boxes on the far left start with the year 2020. That's because 2018, 2019, the unrepresented group didn't receive salary increases.
Will you please turn your microphone on? And remember to push your button, please. Thank you.
Why?
Yeah, the minimum wage for 2022.
Minimum wage in 2022. You know, we could probably research that while I can give an answer for you quick.
So at that particular time, it was $7.25 an hour.
How much?
$7.25. It jumped from 22 to 25 to $16.50. And that's during the COVID era.
Okay.
So it almost a $9.25 increase.
Understood. Okay. Okay. As you can see from this chart, the unrepresented units receive salary increases to move them closer and closer to the median. And by 2022, in the bottom center of the screen, the unrepresented folks were brought to the median. Similar movement was done for all classifications, including represented groups, which I'll go into more detail on the next slide. But the county ultimately met their goal of bringing all classifications to the market median by early 2023. So just a little bit over 3 years ago. Next slide, please. Okay, now here's a chart that I mentioned in the previous slide, which shows a series of increases since 2018 for all groups, both represented and unrepresented. I really want to emphasize this data because it compares salary increases received by the 504 classifications. And that's the column in yellow on the very left. And the bottom row here takes an aggregated amount of general salary increases each group received since 2018. And this data clearly shows that over time, the majority of staff received pay increases that were comparable to or greater than increases provided via Charter 504. And while we have this slide up, I want to point out that over the last couple years, I'll call them a little bit of anomalies with the Charter 504. They were exceptionally high. They were over 5%. Typically, and it shows here, they're somewhere between 2 and 3%. That's more the average for Charter 504 increases. So maybe now would be a good time for me to pause and see if there's any questions or comments on anything I've said so far.
I'm not seeing, oh, Supervisor Veerkamp?
Joey, you made a comment in 18 and 19, unrepresented did not receive any raises, right?
That's correct.
Okay. The data to me is remarkably similar to what we saw in 13, 14, and what we put into place for the 5, 5, and 5, and to move up to get us to the median, which took 8, 9 years. Yeah.
What is the 555? What are you referring to?
555 was a salary policy philosophy to bring people up. We Y-rated folks that were high on the upper end and brought up the ones that were definitely way below the median. And that was 3 years of 5, 5, and 5, among some other targeted raises.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good history. Anybody else have any questions? Looks like Supervisor Ferrera.
This question on Joey on the 504 linked Sheriff's Association. If you go down to the bottom, it looks like historically they've received 27.25.
Right.
And the 504 is 25.25, but they got a 2% countywide increase. Was that just a board decision, or how did that happen?
Yeah, that was a board decision at the time, 2022. Everyone, as you can see, except the Charter 504 classes and the Board of Supervisors received a 2% pay adjustment.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, just question on 2025, you had a 5.71% increase on, Charter 504. Curious, and that's based on other surrounding counties?
That was based on the average of the 3 other agencies that we look at: Amador, South Lake Tahoe, and CHP.
Does it also include a cost of living adjustment too?
No, that is just looking at hourly rate that we compare ourselves to with regard to those other 3 agencies.
Just curious if that, that takes in place.
Well, some of the other agencies that we studied, that may have been a factor in them deciding whether or not to raise their salaries, but
Right. Okay.
that, yeah,
All right. Thanks, Joey.
sure.
Okay.
Move on to the next slide, please. Now I want to focus back on section 602 specifically. When we reference section 602, we're referring to a provision of the salary and benefits resolution for unrepresented employees. This resolution is the guiding document adopted by the board for employees in unrepresented classifications. Section 602 includes a compensation structure that ties 7 single incumbent classifications to one classification, that's the undersheriff, that receives salary adjustments pursuant to Charter 504. For this discussion, when we say 602 reference classifications, we're referring to those 7 folks there listed on the screen in bold. Please note the DA and the sheriff classifications only have 1 step in their salary range. The other 5, the CAO, county counsel, public defender, alternate public defender, and chief probation officer, all have a 5-step salary range. And this is a point of distinction because if the county were to hire a CAO at anywhere from steps 1 to 4, their hourly rate would be less than the DA and the sheriff. So it would only be at the very highest level, step 5, that the CAO is paid more than the DA and sheriff, which is what this section calls for. Next slide, please. And I realize that I've emphasized previous slides as being important, but I do think it's warranted for me to point out a couple of facts regarding Section 602. First, the salary alignments that I mentioned in the previous slide are not, quote, automatic pay increases for those 602 classifications. In fact, we have to bring an item to the board for your approval every year, and the board could simply choose not to apply those increases to those classifications. And this might also be a good time to point out that the board added classifications to Section 602 over time. I was a part of those discussions. It was primarily from the years 21 to 24, as were some of you. And I can tell you that those decisions were made thoughtfully and were based on data. It wasn't just simply a point in time decision to increase the salaries for certain department heads. Captured on this slide are a few important terms that I wanted to share as we dive deeper into the data. Definitions on the bottom there. Compaction is the amount or the percentage between the base salaries of two different classifications. Alignment is the placement of a classification salary in relation to other classifications within the county.
Mr. Carusco?
Yes.
I believe Supervisor Parlin has a question on this particular
I
item.
do just, it is on. So this slide, I just want to make, this is also like this complicated fun, but this is to me a slide that addresses some of the public comments. So I wanted to highlight this and make sure that I understand it clearly. So it says does not guarantee automatic increases, but some of the public comments said that they were automatic and they were out of control. So I'm just thinking, can we elaborate on this a little bit? And also, these are the 602s.
Mm-hmm.
The 504s, those are automatic and we don't have any discretion on those, correct? They're different, but related.
I would make a little distinction on the word automatic.
Thank you.
The board has to adopt salaries by resolution or for themselves by ordinance. So no salary can be changed unless the board adopts a resolution changing it. So while 504 provides for a means of adjusting those 6 classifications, you still have to adopt a resolution, but you really don't have discretion when you're adopting the resolution, if that makes sense. For the 602 referenced classifications, I'm going to set aside the 2 elected positions for a minute because I think there's some question with county council about when and how you can change elected salaries. But let's say for the 5 other non-elected 602 referenced classifications, when you have complete discretion over adopting that resolution when it's brought to you each year. You could simply choose not to, but in each case, you have to adopt a resolution, but you really don't have discretion because of the charter for those 6 classifications. For the other classifications, you do.
Okay. I just wanted to really focus on that one because I feel that several public comments talked about exactly this.
Yeah, there was a reference made to delegating this to staff, and you can't delegate the authority to change salaries to staff. The board has to change salaries.
Okay. So when the resolution for the 602 group is brought to us, we could actually say, no, we're not doing this.
Yes, you could.
Okay.
And could I follow up on that as well? You said you're putting aside the 2 elected people. So how do they come circular back into this?
I'll address that. There's a little bit of a wrinkle when it comes to the compensation for your elected officials in that you are prohibited from reducing the salary of an elected official during their term of office. The primary case that establishes that, when you look closely at it, it wasn't actually about what you might consider a true reduction in salary, i.e. reducing the salary from $40 an hour to $38 an hour. It rather was about not applying an otherwise expected increase in salary, an escalator. It actually pertained to judges, and they were at the time entitled to a formulaic salary adjustment. There was an attempt to deprive the judges of that contemplated salary increase. And the court said that an elected official during their term of office essentially it has a what amounts to a contract for purposes of the establishment of their compensation, and they can't be deprived of those benefits during that term of office. Now, upon the new term of office, it's fair game. So it's our opinion that it would be problematic to reduce the salary, or maybe more specifically in this context, to deprive an elected official of an anticipated salary increase during their term of office. And that would apply to your district attorney and your sheriff. And as you may recall, due to some recent legislation, their terms of office of those two elected officials was extended by 2 years so that their election cycle changes. So their terms of office they have 2 more years in their term.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Ferrero?
When we do the annual approval for the positions identified in 602, do we have the authority to alter the percent increase or not award a raise for particular individuals on that list? Or does it have to, does the number have to be consistent and apply to everybody?
I'd say that the board has discretion to do whatever percentage they want, however they want for those classifications, with that caveat that Dave mentioned regarding the elected folks. That's why we bring it to your board every year for your consideration.
All right, thanks.
Supervisor Veerkamp?
Yeah, council's definition of what he just said has got deja vu written all over it again. Sorry, I'm having flashbacks. But anyway, Greg, great question. It's all about timing and it's all about our discretion. And I think the linkage here has set the stage for the appearance of automatic and timing, but we'll discuss that here in a bit.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Please.
Okay. Just a couple other definitions up there that I wanted to go through really quick. Recruiting is obviously the process of attracting, identifying, and selecting qualified candidates to fill vacancies. Retention is the ability to keep employees over time. So when the board adopted the compensation structure specifically for the 602 classifications, they considered internal compaction, it's one of our definitions, between the classes, how they aligned internally and externally. They wanted to have a structure that captured their goal of recruiting qualified applicants, and as positions became vacant, and they wanted to retain. That's why those definitions are important. It's all part of the current philosophy.
A question here really quick, please. There are certain individuals that if they achieve greater education or certificates, they get paid more. So if a department head has a certain salary and the person underneath them, there's supposed to be, let's say, a 5% differentiation between the two, but the person underneath them has a lot of certificates or additional experience that they've gained, or educational requirement that requires them to have a higher level of education. That I've seen that happen before. And therefore, that person underneath them makes more money as a result. So in addition to their base pay. So if our philosophy is that the department head has to always be 5% greater than the person underneath them, but the person underneath them has unique qualifications, how do we square that?
Lauren, you want to check that?
Okay. So our department heads aren't set 5% above their.
I was just using a
Okay,
number.
just want to make sure that's clear.
Thank you for that clarification.
And then there are some situations where there's anomalies in the pay, so outliers like the psychiatrist and the mental health medical director, where their pay is higher. But overall, our compensation structure, we want it to align most appropriately. And over the years, the board has determined, your board has determined, I know not all of you were here, but determined that the CAO would be paid at step 5 the highest. and then so forth down. So to county council and then sheriff, district attorney, et cetera. Does that answer your question or?
Well, I may not have asked it very well. Let me ask it a different way. The base pay that's what we're talking about, a differentiation between the base pay.
Mhm.
If a person goes out and gets additional certifications or additional education that they get incentives for,
Mhm.
is that included or is
Okay.
that in addition to?
For this compensation structure of 602, the only time that is included is with the undersheriff linkage to the sheriff. That's where the education and post certifications are included.
And so do we adjust the sheriff's salary higher than the undersheriff? Even though the undersheriff, the reason why their salary is perhaps greater is because they have these additional tools. If the sheriff doesn't have those, but we automatically keep them a certain distance from the undersheriff, there's an issue there as far as I can tell.
I'm not totally clear on what.
Yeah, I'm not asking it well.
I think what you're referring to, so in section 602, the separation, the link between the sheriff and the undersheriff sets the sheriff's salary at, I believe it's 5% above, the undersheriff's step 5 salary plus 5% education differential plus 13% post pay. So I think what you're asking is, maybe you're asking if it's appropriate or does it make sense that the sheriff's salary assumes, is set above those additional qualifications that the undersheriff might have, that the sheriff might not have.
Right, you're getting at it.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, can you ask the question again?
I think you're just pointing it out, and I don't know if you have a specific question as to why it was set that way, or I know that there was an instance where we did have an undersheriff that had been with the department for many, many years and had attained the education and had the post pay, and so the newly elected sheriff coming in was going to be like making less money than the undersheriff. As Lauren said, the board generally has considered that the department heads should be the highest, paid in the department, and that's kind of the alignment that HR has followed over the years. So at that point in time, there was different language. I don't recall exactly what it was, but the language at that time had more to do, it was kind of more dependent on the person in the job and if they had these pays. I know when 602 was revised, they changed the language to make it more neutral about it didn't matter. So the undersheriff may or may not have those additional qualifications, the education and the post pay. Regardless of whether they do or do not, the sheriff's salary is still set the same amount above the undersheriff, if that makes sense. So it's not dependent on who is the undersheriff. I think the way it was set before, it was tied to the amount of salary that the incumbent made. Now we've tied it to the position or the classification.
Okay.
That's correct.
That's helpful. We'll put a pin in that, maybe come back to that later.
But and that's not just base pay, that's total pay, total compensation for the undersheriff.
We are talking about hourly rate. So
base
it
pay.
doesn't include benefits and things like that, just hourly rate. Yes, but
Base
it
pay.
does include, it's their base pay plus a 5% education differential plus 13% post pay.
So that's figured into the sheriff's.
It is.
Yes.
And the sheriff is set 2.5% above
2.5.
what Sue just said for the undersheriff.
Okay.
Supervisor
To avoid
Turnbull.
the situation that Brooke was asking about.
Right. Supervisor Turnbull.
No, I got a question. Let's take DOT, for example. The head of maintenance department, that particular time, I mean, experience, let's say 30, 35 years. And you have somebody come in with an education, they've got an engineering degree. And I'm just kind of wondering why, with the experience, that they're not at the same level. Because here's what I got to tell you. Being in the private sector, like I have for years, you hire these people that go to UTI, American River College for 4 years for an automotive trade. And I hire them and they can't even change the oil of a car. Especially when they require to be at $20 to $25 per hour at that particular time. So how do you justify that? Is experience hands-on more better than having a degree?
So are you asking between the two classes of the Deputy Director of Engineering and Deputy Director of Maintenance and Operations?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's appropriate for us to be talking about those two classes in this
I
setting. but-
really think that's out of the scope of what we're talking about today.
Just curious, because we're talking
So,
about the sheriff and undersheriff, and it's
maybe
just about the same thing.
Hypothetically, I can say, so if we're looking at experience is important, absolutely. Education is important. And licenses are important. So if we're going out and studying our comparators to see how they pay those classes, we're comparing it to how our class is paid, and then we're establishing those salaries. Does that help?
I don't see any more questions at this point, please.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay. There's a lot on this chart. This chart shows historical data that was pulled in 2022 using maximum monthly salary amounts. And it was used to see how our compensation structure of high-level classifications, specifically the CAO and county council, compared to other counties at that time. You'll see that other counties' compensation structure is set up so that the CAO typically has the top salary, county council is close behind in most other counties. In fact, all but 2 counties on this slide here, and those are Amador and Nevada. So all but 2 have the CAO as the highest paid administrative position, followed by county council. So this is important because this data was used by the board in 2022 to determine if it was appropriate to have a compensation structure in El Dorado County that had the CAO as the highest paid administrative classification, followed by county council. And the board at that time did approve that. Next slide, please.
Supervisor Parlin had a question.
Yeah, thanks, Lauren. So, and I do want to add a little bit of context to this, maybe just because I was here. Who else was here when we did this in 2022? I know you were here. Okay, so at that time, our
was I.
Okay, so our CAO, that's why I thought it might be good to provide a little bit of context. Our CAO at the time was getting ready to retire. And so we were talking about recruitment, and that was Don Ashton, and I appreciated him trying to help us set up for success in our recruitment. And this compensation stuff is always spinning, and so we asked for this information to see what other counties typically did. And I think that that's kind of the, what would you say, foundation of how we got to where 602 is right now with the percentages of the findings were that in most counties, your CAO gets the top salary because they administer the whole county. And then I think then the philosophy just kind of went from there. Is it what is it the county council is usually next? Or yeah, so the county council usually kind of fits right there. And then I think the sheriff fits right there. I mean, we did this very intentionally and thoughtfully. So I just want people to understand that we were trying to set it up so that when we did the recruitment, there would be some certainty for whoever was coming in to understand where their salary would be. It's a big deal in recruitments. And so I think it's served us well. And I know that there's other things in negotiations. I'm not denying that we want to work on. But I'm just saying for this particular structure of what, for lack of a better word, your county's leadership or executive positions, that's where we landed. This board could always look at that and say they don't want to do that anymore. That's totally a thing we could do. But I just wanted to throw that out there, that's kind of how we got to where we are with the structure, just very fundamentally.
Nobody. Just reminding you,
Thank you for that. That's helpful.
do it noon.
Good point.
Thank you.
We'll be
Mr.
out,
Caruso?
bro. We'll be out. Hopefully, gets it done too. He told me he was gonna get it done. Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh. Oh, there we go.
Okay, thank you. All right, in 2021, a total compensation study was completed for the CAO and the county council classifications. In 2022, the board considered that data along with information that was on the previous slide as part of determining whether to establish the compensation structure that we have today. The CAO and county council classifications in 2021 were just about 10% behind the median. So in 2025, fast forward, another study was completed and included all 7 602 reference classifications. And you'll probably ask, well, Joey, there's only 5 classifications on the right, not 7. I apologize for that. That was inadvertently. We left the sheriff and DA off there, but we discovered it after we posted it. So I can tell you that with respect to the median, the DA was slightly below, about 1%, a little over 1% below the median, and the sheriff was about 6% above the median. But the rest of those numbers are accurate.
And then, button.
Please, Ms. Pardo.
Is there insufficient data on the alternate public defender because most counties don't have one, or
Exactly.
why?
That's exactly right. And in
don't?
fact, I'm going to touch on that. I'm going to define that a little more, but there are several classifications that we have, unrepresented classifications that just have insufficient data for that exact reason. We have 5 comparators, not all of them. I'm not sure if any of our 5 comparators with that particular classification have an alternate public defender office. They have a different process, so there's no match.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. And I really appreciate that we have one, by the way. I'm not saying that we shouldn't. I just,
Right.
it was a neat move that we did, and appreciate that we went there. So.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, next slide.
Another quick
Oh,
question
sure.
right here. In 2021, county council was 9% below the median. And now we look in 2025 and that position is a couple percentage points above the median. How do you compensate
Well,
that?
part of that is because we had different comparators in 2021. We had nine different comparators, which was too many. So the board agreed, authorized us to switch that. Yeah, that would explain. That's the main point there, right?
Yeah,
Is there
that's
something else?
no, that's exactly the change is the comparator. So now it's matching to a different county.
And when did we make the change from 9 to 5? 2020?
Is it 2022?
2023.
23.
So that, to me, that's a more valuable comparison than comparing to something it's different data. So just a note on that, it would have been more valuable to compare from 2023 to today and make the comparatives the same, because now it's skewed.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
There's no other questions at this point from the
Okay.
board?
Let's move on to, yeah, there you go. Okay, so we just showed you historical data. Now we want to show you current data. This chart compares the 602 reference classifications in the first column on the left, listed in order of highest to lowest maximum salary amount, which is data current as of February of this year. For this comparison, only our current 5 comparator agencies were used. And as you can see, by adopting the Section 602 compensation structure, the county has transitioned into a salary alignment that goes, starting at the highest with the chief administrative officer, county council, DA, sheriff, and so on. This is similar to our 5 comparator agencies that we use now, by the way. So I will explain what no comparable matches or insufficient data, and also what NCC, those initials, mean shortly. Any questions on this slide?
I have a question here. When you look at the other counties, starting with county council, they're significantly below the CAO, and our county council, DA, sheriff are very close to the CAOs. And do you attribute that to 604?
You mean 602?
602, sorry,
602?
602.
Which one?
Combined
Both
them.
right.
602.
We knew what you meant.
Just wanted to make sure you guys were paying attention. I did that.
Listening.
No, yeah. We don't contribute to 602. It's more of, there was a salary so the undersheriff was set a certain salary, and we based then the sheriff off of the undersheriff, and then had to build off of that. And it was a very small space or window to build a salary off of it. So the more conservative approach was to do a smaller increase, or 2% off of the sheriff.
So it's our philosophy that is causing that.
Right. Well, it's,
No, it's not philosophy. It's that, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, it's spelled out in section 602. The chief administrative officer is 2% above the sheriff. So that's a very small spread. It's probably whatever that says up there, 2.7%.
3.
Okay. And then county council, I believe, is 1% above the sheriff. Does that sound right? So that's why our spreads are so small compared to other counties. I think they must have a big gap. I'm just guessing. They probably pay their CAO more. So there's between the CAO and whoever's second, there's quite a big gap there.
That's what I was noticing. Yeah. Okay. Other
Yeah.
questions, Supervisor Bartlett?
Well, no, I just think that you did point out that, yeah, looking at the other counties, then, I mean, you could argue that we're not paying our CAO enough. I mean, there's so many different ways to look at all this information. So, because then this slide was about the gap between the CAO and everybody else, but since it's, that's where you start. Yeah, and this is very interesting data for sure. There's so many different ways to chop it up and look at it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Supervisor Ferrero?
Do you know these counties, the responsibilities of their CAO, are they, quote unquote, like a strong CAO or CEO versus what we have more involvement, more board involvement, or?
Yeah, that's hard.
Kind of like a city manager?
Yeah, I don't know specifically. I'll tell you that Placer, they have a CEO model, which is a little bit different, where the department heads report directly to that person. I can't comment on whether it's a CAO or CEO in those other counties off the top of my head. We could find that out fairly easily.
It's all in the salary, the compensation study, though.
Oh,
We have our
attachment B.
comparators. Attachment B, yeah. But I mean, we had to look at those classifications to make sure that they were a comparable match, and that was what was done.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think we can go to the next slide. In February of this year, we completed a total compensation study for all unrepresented classifications. Now, this chart just is a results summary of just the 602 referenced classifications, so those 7. There's a separate attachment, I just mentioned this, to today's agenda. It's attachment B, that shows the full compensation study of all benchmarks, including the comparator agency matches, their salaries, additional pays, health and dental benefits, all the elements that comprise a total compensation study. It's attached today. But again, this chart just reflects the classifications referenced in section 602 and how they compare to the median of the market against our comparator agencies. While a couple are at or just slightly above the median, you'll see that the majority are below the median. So these 7 classifications that are linked to Charter 504, what this data shows is that despite the linkages to Charter 504, again, most are below the median, and none I wouldn't characterize as being egregiously above the median. So this might be a good time for me to mention that the data you see here is truly point in time. This is always evolving as other groups get salary increases throughout the year. It's like a moving target. So example, I understand that Placer County is giving their department heads and their management staff a 3.5% increase this June, and then another 3.5% in June of next year. So again, these numbers, it's a point in time. They're accurate right now, but in a few months, this information will kind of be stale. Let's go to the next slide, please. Oh, the pie chart. Okay, the pie chart expands on our previous slide to illustrate compensation data for all unrepresented classifications. So we studied 36 benchmark classifications, and I'll note that the remaining unrepresented classifications are all tied to these benchmarks. So I mentioned there's 180 staff total here we're talking about. They're all linked to the to benchmarks. So we don't have any what we call stragglers. There's no unrepresented classifications out there that aren't either a benchmark or linked to a benchmark. So of these 36 classifications, you'll see on this chart, 5 are at or slightly above the median. The remaining 25 are below the market median. And then the 6 remaining classifications, because there's only, for those of you who might be counting, there's only 30 on here. We studied 36. Those other 6 remaining classifications, they had insufficient data, so they didn't have enough matches. And I'll touch on that a little bit on the next slide. So again, the top left corner of this slide shows the 5 classifications that are between 1 and 10% above the median. The rest are to varying degrees below the median. And again, attachment B is part of today's board item, and that document shows the results of the total compensation study for all of our unrepresented classifications, in case the public or anyone else wants to look at that. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, as promised, here's some additional information on our current data overview. There were 6 unrepresented classifications that resulted in insufficient data, meaning there weren't at least 3 matches to our comparator agencies. Like I said, alternate public defender is a good example, and there's 5 other ones listed on your screen there. Okay. Now that we've showed you all the data, historical and current, the question is, what are the next steps? Where do we want to go from here? You directed staff to return to the board for a discussion to review the classifications referenced in section 602 and how those salaries are structured. Now that we've presented a lot of data to you, it might be a good time to discuss whether or not it would be appropriate to revise and enhance our current compensation philosophy resolution. So our current philosophy is fairly broad, and our thought is that it could be more robust and descriptive. So if we do update the county's compensation philosophy, we would recommend the new philosophy include these 8 components that are listed on the slide here. And there's a lot more to it that goes into each of these components, and I'm happy to dive deeper into these, but for the sake of time, I'm just referencing the 8 that are listed on your screen. Again, happy to answer any questions. I would like to say that the goal of these changes would be to make our philosophy more comprehensive as to what the board considers when they're determining compensation for county classifications, including but not limited to labor market comparisons, internal alignment and equity considerations, recruitment and retention needs, turnover, vacancy rates. We have several classifications that are hard to fill. We need to look at operational needs and service delivery priorities and fiscal constraints and long-term sustainability. So before we move forward, does the board want to discuss our compensation philosophy now, or do you kind of want to push that to the end for the more general discussion? Either way is fine with me. Maybe you want to wait. It's up to you.
If I could make a recommendation, maybe we get through, we're almost through the presentation. We can get through the presentation, and I have kind of an outline to help guide the discussion and help you, get you through each decision point and the direction that we would need from you today, if that sounds looks good.
It just seems like this whole thing so far has been about, the unrepresented, and then this slide's about the county-wide, which includes everyone. So it just seems like such a abrupt change and we can't talk about these things because we have labor unions to work through. So it's difficult to.
It's a good point. So when we were asked to bring back Section 602, and we went back and we looked at it, and we, as we've tried to show here, there's so much that went into that and the structure that we have. And to be fair, I felt a lot of the criticism out there had to do with the fact that, or a perception that we're treating a very small subset in a certain way, and it's perceived to be not fair to how everyone else is treated. So we talked about it and decided that what we should do is use this as an opportunity to really address our countywide compensation philosophy. And so that's why we're kind of mixing the two. We can't get into real specifics for things that might apply to bargaining groups, but we can have an overall set of goals and a philosophy that apply to all employees. And of course, we will caveat when we start talking about timeframes. If you direct us to revise the resolution, we'll caveat any timeframes with we need to allow for any appropriate conversations with the bargaining units that might be needed based on any changes that we'd be contemplating to that philosophy. But we can talk in general terms.
General, right? Yeah, we have to keep it general. So okay, all right.
Yeah, let's move through.
Move on.
We'll
We're
come
almost
back.
there. I appreciate your patience with me. Okay. So jumping back to our initial purpose of being here, the board asked us to come back for a discussion on Section 602 classifications and compensation structure to their link to Charter 504. And we recognize that we've shown you a lot of data today, but to reiterate, these 7 classifications, the DA, sheriff, CAO, county counsel, public defender, alternate public defender, and chief probation officer are not being paid way over the market. Actually, most of them are paid below the median of the market, and a couple of them sit slightly above, but pretty close to the median. So just in my opinion, I'd be hard pressed to say that these classifications are leading the market by any means. But with this data, the question becomes, do we need to update our current compensation structure? With how 602 is structured now, the county is working towards meeting our goal of getting classifications closer to the median of the market and maintaining a wage for the appointed classifications to ensure that we attract and retain qualified candidates into these leadership positions. Next slide. I'm sorry, same slide. Don't leave yet. So again, you don't have to make a decision, a final decision today, but some options that we have for your consideration today are, and like Sue mentioned, we're going to bring these at the end. We're going to have something kind of that summarizes what your options are, but we can retain the existing compensation structure for all 7 of these classifications or not. We can, whether you choose to retain the existing compensation structure or not, we would like to discuss a second option of adopting a data-driven approach, which would entail completing total compensation studies for all of our unrepresented classifications, including those listed in Section 602, by studying benchmarks and linking non-benchmark classifications to these benchmarks. We would review the data with your board on an established time frame, which we think annually would be appropriate, because currently there is no mechanism for the board to review unrepresented classification salaries. This option would create that mechanism. And then another option is kind of a safety net. We can discuss any other options or thoughts that you may have as a board. So I'll pause here as we move on. There's only a couple slides left. Questions?
Not seeing any.
Okay. Okay, so next slide. Now that we've covered all of the unrepresented groups almost, we'd like to now focus to your favorite topic, which is board compensation. A little bit of history. The board received an increase to their compensation way back in January of 2007. Fast forward 15 years to 2022, you got another salary increase of 7.84%. I'll note that the study we did in 2021 showed the board of supervisors was approximately 14% behind the market back then. And then there was another salary increase that the board just approved this month that'll be going into effect, I think, in May. and that was 7%. So to summarize, your board's received a total of 3 salary increases since 2007. I should note that 2 of our comparators regarding the board recently adopted increases for their board members, one being Placer, the other is Sacramento. And there's others too, but since they aren't our comparator agencies, I'm not discussing them. Sacramento received their increase effective December of 25. Placer's went into effect last month. For our total compensation study for this class, we used both of the new salaries for those agencies and also included your new salaries that are projected to go into effect in May of this year. And as indicated on the lower right-hand screen, with all that, you're still almost 27% behind the median, or you will be after you get your most recent approved salary increases. So, next slide. This should pretty much be the last slide. So here we are at another decision point as we're close to wrapping this up. We're requesting guidance as to which option to proceed forward with regarding your board compensation. Again, you don't have to make any final decisions today, but if you would like us to explore any of the options or any options or recommendations and bring them back to you, we're happy to do that. Here are a couple options. We can maintain status quo. In other words, HR would continue to bring recommendations regarding your salary at any given time. Essentially, there would be no mechanism in place that prompts the board to review their salaries. We could align the board with the rest of the unrepresented group. So when we review the total comp for all the other unrepresented employees, we would include the board as part of that review. Or we could even explore a completely different model. I know a couple other counties use Superior Court judges as a benchmark. They typically get pay increases every July, and other counties give their board members an equal pay bump in July. Or we could just go to a whole new model. As you see in the 5th bullet point, update the county ordinance to reflect supervisor classifications shall be reviewed at least every 3 years, for example. So you have quite a few different options. We're happy to talk about any of them or any that aren't on your screen here. It's a lot of information, you guys, and I appreciate it again for the opportunity to be here. That's the end of our presentation. So happy to answer any questions as you have a discussion. But other than that, I think we're done.
Thank you for that. So prior to having a conversation, are there clarifying questions that you want to ask at this time? Or we obviously can ask questions as we go along as well.
Before we leave there, were there any other public comment questions? I already pointed out the one that we answered in a slide. Were there any other ones you guys wrote down?
Yeah, I was looking at Mr. Tannenbaum's written comments. They were very close to his verbal comments as well. But I'm just kind of wondering, is there anything specific that staff would like to point out? I think your data shows that 504 and the associated 602 are really not blowing the budget up. And that's, a big point that Mr. Tannenbaum makes. And so I just am curious if you want to put a pin in that or make a comment.
Well, I can say that the 7 classifications that are outlined in section 602 are a very small fraction of the total number of employees that have their salaries linked to 504. The majority of them are represented folks, and it's laid out in the charter. I don't know how many deputy sheriffs we have, but that's a huge chunk of the salaries. So I don't want there to be a misconception that the board added hundreds of employees to Charter 504 and is giving them automatic pay raises every year. That's not a fact. The board added the 7 classifications. It added, and this is all in the fact sheet that's attached, it added, I think, 11 other classifications that are represented. So that was done through labor negotiations. So I don't know the percentage, 7 out of 200 and something total employees is a fairly small number. I'm not saying it's insignificant, but it's, it's not quite what folks may believe. So I just want to set the record straight with that. I don't know if Sue, if you want to add anything.
No, agree with everything you said. I would like to address the mention about the violations of the MMBA, the Myers-Millis-Brown Act. So again, as Joey said, we're talking here about unrepresented classifications and their salaries. So there isn't an obligation for you to bargain with the unrepresented employees. So I'm not seeing the MMBA implications that Mr. Tannenbaum has mentioned in his letter.
Okay, those are good clarifications. Supervisor Veerkamp?
Yeah, Joey, back to previous terms, we were using, in my opinion, a market-driven analysis holistically across the county, were we not?
Yes. Are you referencing our prior comparator agencies or?
Well, yeah, back to the 9, yes. And the 9 at that time was a negotiated agreement with the bargaining groups also on what 9 we selected and all agreed to.
Correct. That went
Which
through
is-
the whole vetting process.
Which is pretty typical. You mentioned in talking about the Board of Supervisors, maybe Superior Court judge. That's to me, that's not what the
Okay.
issue is here. It's really about the total holistic approach for the county and what we utilized before. We all sit on various committees and commissions, Transit Agency, Transportation Commission, SACOG, on and on, TRPA. My experience is they all use this sort of same holistic approach. You use your market comparators
Yeah.
and all the 8 variables you just listed on there to determine what you can afford and,
Yeah.
where you can set those. And that's from the top to the bottom.
Yep.
And I think that's where we need to be. I'm in a different situation. I had a great career. I have a retirement. But my first 4 years, because we were in such a position with the county employees groups, that I forewent any salary and donated it back to things where we needed it. Because again, we were trying to get our employees to a great position. I'm not advocating we do that at this point, but I think we need to be the leaders and we need to set the example. And I just fear a little bit that we've sort of gotten away from that thought. Years ago, there were unintended consequences of 504, and we made some adjustments to make sure that the severe compaction issues were dealt with. Payroll is complicated as it is and gets worse every year with FLSA and, roll-ups and on and on and on. Just ask payroll department about the nightmare. So in my opinion, we need to keep it as simple as possible. And that's really addressing base wage. It's the base wage is the major comparison. Yeah, there's going to be an advantage here or an advantage there, or this roll up or whatever it may be somewhere. But by the time you try to sort all those things through in a comparison, it really comes back to that base wage. And that's what somebody's really looking at, unless there's a real grandiose roll up that some other county offers, which it's not rocket science anymore. It's really getting down to brass tacks. So I think we need to keep it as simple as we possibly can. The philosophy of 602, how it's explained and how we got there, makes perfect sense. It needs to be applied across the board to the entire county. And then as well, timing. Yes, we know it became an automatic issue, but it's all about timing, and it should be always the discretion of this board to approve any increase as we move forward. And I think that helps us completely across the board.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, where we sit today, there's going to be some pain, maybe for a few years until we get some other areas that you just showed us 15% below. To me, that's unacceptable. And we're talking the median, not the average. That's the median. And they're all moving, and they will move. But again, you look at some other counties, and there's a lot more variables in those counties also that you listed the 8 of them there. So That's where I think we need to be.
Well, I don't disagree at all. I think going to a more data-driven approach with the compensation philosophy and all of those other factors that are involved with determining salaries are so critical. We can't just, look at things in a vacuum. You're saying, I mean, I'm totally agreeing with you where you have to kind of balance business need, certain positions that are hard to fill, how our budget looks. It's a big picture, but at the end of the day, it's data. And I think that going down that path and bringing your board data to make your informed decisions is the way to go. But I agree with everything else you said.
Madam CAO?
Yeah, I think we're starting to transition.
Oh, microphone, your mic.
Sorry. I did write down one more kind of some comments, some themes that I heard from the public that I wanted to recognize. The concern about percentages and talking about percentages and doing across the board percentages. Totally recognize that. And in this last round of negotiations, we did across the board percentages because we didn't have the data to look at. And I think that if we are looking at going into a more data-driven, market-based approach, we get away from those concerns around the percentages because we're now talking about how far off median you are. And that's going to be a different percentage for everyone. And I believe it's a fairer approach, if you will, because we're all comparing those classifications to their median. And so you're looking at that job and what it does compared to how it's paid in other counties rather than just a across the board percentage. So I just did want to acknowledge that remark and there is some valid argument to be had there. So with that, I would recommend that we do start kind of down the path that Supervisor Veerkamp has kind of started to segue to with getting some direction and some decision points on what you would like us to bring back, if any, revisions to the countywide compensation philosophy. I think if we start with that, and then it'll kind of flow into the following decisions that you need to make.
Okay. I've noted that, but we have two supervisors who would like to comment still, Supervisor Turnbull and then Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, one of the things is you're talking about data-driven, and we also need to look at the cost of living adjustment and tie this into it too, especially across the board, especially for our county workers too. Because in 2023, well, let's go back to 2022, it was 5.9%. In 2023, it's 8.7%. And then in 24, it's 3.2, and then 25, 2.5. So we need to make sure that we look at that data too, to make sure through all the other counties, on, our COLA and what other counties pay in compensation.
Yep.
So we need to tie it all together is what we need to do.
Agreed.
Supervisor Parlin?
Yeah, and I'm wondering if, as we, go to the data-driven, which I think is the right place to go. We've been there before, getting folks to the median. It was a slow, gradual, it took us, I don't know how many years to get there. Finally got there in 2023, and then, I don't know, things happened. And that was just a few years ago. But my biggest concern, and I don't think we can address it here today, but I'm just going to throw it out there, is, we acknowledge that there are positions that are harder to fill than others. To me, that needs to be part of the strategy. The vacancy rates should be part of the strategy. We've talked about that many times. But then what I'm trying to wrestle in my head, and I don't know how this will go, is the reality is some folks are going to be getting bigger increases than maybe somebody sitting right next to them. But it's all about getting them to the median with our comparators. So I don't know how that will go in conversations. It's just a reality that, when we talk with our labor groups and stuff, are they going to want to go there or not? And I don't know how that will work. And I know we can't talk specifics up here today, but I just want to throw that out there. That will be part of this, philosophy.
So you're talking about all employees, not just unrepresented.
Correct,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I kind of was thinking the same thing
Yeah.
because you look at the labor groups and there's positions in there that are far far more underpaid than
Yes.
others within that same bargaining unit.
Right. And I was trying to.
And I don't know how we address that, and I mean.
Right. I just wanted to acknowledge that that will be part of the
concern.
conversation that we're
Yep.
going to have to figure out. And I think when you look at the data, there's even some that are far above. And so I don't know how we're going to do this, but I just want to acknowledge that it's going to be part of this conversation.
So and Supervisor Veerkamp alluded to that, and we have been through that before. That is exactly how that works. When we have taken the steps to get to median in the past, when you're starting at, hey, let's get everybody no more than 15% below the median, not everybody gets an increase. And that will be, if we adopt that approach, that will be the discussion that we will have to have with folks. And,
Right.
but many county employees have been through this process of getting to median before, and they have experienced that. So.
Right, and the cost of living adjustment,
Right.
if we can afford it, is one way to deal with that and not
Exactly.
get other positions so far behind as
Yeah.
other ones move. So
Mhm.
they're all there, and Joey knows
Yeah.
what we're talking about.
Mhm.
Supervisor?
Is it possible, are you suggesting we would maintain the structure of the 602 and move into more data-driven? Can we do both? Or do we have to
Mhm.
retool or eliminate the 602? Or can we do both successfully?
I think you can do both. Yeah.
I think so
Why
too.
not?
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think the controversial
Supervisor-
element of 602 is, I hate the word automatic, because I don't think it's completely automatic. We still have to approve it.
We have to prove it.
Timing and the perceived relationship to 504.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they need to be separated and it be market data-driven information that comes from HR, and we make those decisions. And if it's within a month or two or whatever it is, but we should try to do it on an annual basis, that review, and then get to a process. So it helps the CAO also build a budget. So, I mean,
Well, to that end.
it's sort of the basis for a
Yeah.
budget.
So maybe, I'm just throwing this out there, maybe when the budget, September, fall timeframe to bring the data to you for the unrepresented groups, considering the 504, we usually bring that in late November, December, when we have all of that latest data. So yeah, we can totally separate it out by a few months. That would make sense.
So Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I think it needs to be done annually too, not every 2 years. So we don't fall behind, because this is what's happened.
Well,
We're way behind right now, and now we have to play catch up, especially when it comes to our employees too.
Yeah.
So we need to look at this every year at this, and see where everybody's at.
Sure. And, we can bring you the data every year, no problem. But again, the board could decide, thanks for the data, but
Exactly,
we're not in a
exactly. That
position
doesn't
to
mean we have
make any
to.
changes, but absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and then just to follow up, some of us are newer to the board than others. I know that we can't tie the hands of future boards. We often say that about all subject matter. But I think we need to somehow ingrain a process that, like, how did we stop doing that? Was there a decision? How do we integrate that with bargaining? So I think that kind of segues us into talking about the countywide compensation philosophy. If we want to give some direction, I would maybe ask that we put slide 16 back up. And we can just, with your assistance, Mr. Carrasco, we can just go down the list.
And I just want to note, I have Allison from my office here, and she will be trying to capture the discussion and potentially help with a motion and just make sure that we get all the direction that's needed. So at some point, as we go through each decision point, we can have her share her screen to make sure we're on the right track.
Okay, sounds good. Was that her screen right there? That was, okay, got it. Perfect, thank you.
Okay. So you want to talk a little bit more about these?
Yeah, let's see if there's an interest from the board in tackling some of this now, or
Okay.
giving direction
Sure.
is what we're looking for at this time.
Well, the purpose and guiding principles, first bullet point, we want to state the overall purpose of the compensation philosophy and define the county's commitment to fairness, equity, competitiveness, and fiscal responsibility. That's really what the first one is. The second one, identify which classifications are covered and how it will apply to them. And then number 3, I touched on earlier in the presentation, but those are looking at current trends, vacancy rates, turnover, recruitment and retention needs, what we can afford, by way of fiscal constraints, operational needs, and how we compare to our comparator agencies. Those are all factors that are part of number 3. 4, the methodology is how we define total compensation, and it's just that salary, all the health benefits, paid time off, and all the other things that make up total compensation. It's not just salary. Number 5, prioritization framework. We would want to explain when and how classifications might be prioritized. There's some that may have higher vacancy rates than others, tough to fill. Maybe they're really far behind the market. We need to focus on those. 6, frequency of reviews and reporting. Total compensation review cycle, we'll have to make a decision about how often we want to look at that countywide. The timeline and process for the board to review and approve. 7, I won't go into detail on that. Budget and financial constraints, it's pretty clear. And then transparency and communication. Once we do have these studies done, we'll want to post the data so that folks can see it internally on our website. Our philosophy and methodology information will also be on the website. So those are really the 8 factors. I mean, it's more robust than what we have now, but I think it gives you more options and it just factors in more moving pieces so we can tackle this more thoughtfully.
What you're asking the board for today is direction.
Mm-hmm.
And just a question of process then. When and if we give direction to make some modifications and that comes back to the board, does that come back to the board in the form of a public hearing, or does that come back to the board as a department matter? I think this question matters to the public.
Okay. I think, and if I'm wrong, that someone will correct me, but I would think that it would be a department matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think we've got a pretty good framework. Don't shoot me. Ad hoc of the chair and vice chair with the CAO, HR, and our labor organization representatives to put this framework together to try to have the best long-term philosophy that we can come up with. And I don't want it to take 6 to 9 months. I think everybody got a pretty good understanding of where we need to be. And I'd like to see it happen quickly so we can work towards the budget development and so forth. And then it all obviously ties into what we do every day with negotiations and so forth. But I just think that element has been missing for a couple of years and needs to be revisited.
I'm going to ask county council about that. How do you feel about that, county council?
There was a legal issue raised within that, and I don't really want to express my position on the policy choices of the board.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Just curious.
Thank you. How do you wish to proceed? Madam CAO, do you want to lead us through this?
Maybe Allison, can you share what a direction might be with regard to directing staff to bring back a compensation philosophy resolution and kind of the items on that slide and what that might look like? Again, I do want to emphasize, as Joey has said, we're not looking for final decisions today. It's direction. We'll bring back documents to you. And if you want, if you want a wider group than just staff working on that, then you can direct us to include board members, labor groups. This process of this countywide philosophy, I'm not sure it's ever been something that has had direct labor involvement in the drafting of, but we have consulted with them on the comparator agencies and other items in the past, correct? Yeah, and I think with that direction, we would like the scope of how much you would like to change that resolution. If you want to keep the comparator agencies as they are, we'd like to know that so we know we're kind of just talking narrowly maybe around those 8 factors that we want to elaborate on. That would be great. So, okay, so the potential motion would be on your screen. That just kind of captures what we discussed. It doesn't address, forming an ad hoc committee or some other kind of process for this. So, I guess for people that are just calling in, I'll say, direct staff to return to the board with revisions to the compensation philosophy resolution to reflect a data-driven approach to compensating employees, which maintains the goal of bringing employees to the median of established comparator agencies and includes consideration of other factors such as fiscal outlook, vacancy rates, hard-to-fill positions, and other operational needs.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I just want to add to that. I think we need to look at it if we do this, it should be every year. I don't know how we could add that in.
Well, so this would just be the overall compensation philosophy. I think what you're talking about is going to be the next item when we talk about how often we do compensation studies and then how often we look at the structure of unrep compensation.
Perfect.
Thoughts, questions?
I think we need to consult with the labor unions because I see this for the what we're trying to the average compensation model that we're trying to, or the median compensation model that we're trying to get to. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be much easier for the unrepresented, more of a challenge for represented, and I just think we probably from the get-go we need to consult with the unions.
Don't we have to do that anyway? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the
But
process.
in the original framework of the motion. How do you envision it?
So as I mentioned in the beginning, staff would work on putting the board's direction into some revisions to the resolution, and then we would consult with the unions on any of those changes. So that is kind of an assumed part of the process.
All right.
It's baked in. What about the question that Supervisor Veerkamp raised about thinking about separating 602 from 504 and just having 602 come back to the board annually for review?
Yeah, so I think that's kind of more related to the next question that we would ask you after we talk about how often you want us to gather countywide compensation.
Okay.
That gets into the structure of the unrepresented compensation.
Okay.
So we'll get there.
I'll bring it back up then. Okay. So the item on the screen, the motion that we're specifically looking at, questions, comments on that? Do we want to add an ad hoc into that, or are we comfortable with letting staff bring that item back to us?
I'd like to see it just at least one ad hoc meeting with the labor groups. And they're, most of the reps are here today and they understand what we're doing, I believe, and they would probably encourage it. But if there's anything we missed or whatever, it may come up, and then staff then take everything we've got here. Again, there may be something we missed, and then get it back in a timely fashion. I emphasize timely.
Yeah.
I think
So
one meeting would be good.
Yeah,
I
that was a
think
good
so
idea.
too.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Do you want us to take these one at a time, or do you want us to go through the whole thing and come back?
I think one at a time is good. So if we, the recommendation that I had heard for the ad hoc was the chair and the vice chair.
Sure.
There you go, Alice. Yep. Chair and vice chair.
And we'll bring it back as soon as we can get it accomplished. I mean, we were thinking, well, we didn't really talk about time frame, but our intention was to work on it. It's the top priority. We would bring it back as soon as we can. So we'll get the scheduling done and bring that back within a couple 3 months.
And again, this is just a high level philosophy. We're not talking any specifics or details. Okay.
Right. This wouldn't include any, planned movements toward median or anything like that. That will all have to be bargained with the represented groups.
Right.
Yeah, and I would just I'm thinking off the top of my head, but I'm just thinking that perhaps the ad hoc committee consisting of the chair and the vice chair would also have a public meeting to discuss what we're thinking of so that there is an opportunity for the public to give input. I know you guys don't always like that, but I do. So I throw it out there, but you can absolutely shut me down on that if you wish to. I never think it hurts, that's for sure. So we'll talk about it offline. How about that?
Okay.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion before us. Is there any further discussion on this, or does somebody want to make a motion?
We're going to take them separately.
We're going to take them separately.
So we're going to take each item on here or just?
Just number
sorry.
1, where it says
Okay.
motion, direct staff to return.
Okay.
Do we want to draft them all first, just in case something
that's what I was
triggers us?
thinking, but-
Tweak it,
I think
Yeah,
we
the
should,
chief
just in case we
too,
go,
and-
oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we
Probably a
did
good
that
idea.
once before, and then it was like,
Yeah,
it
let's
triggered
see if-
us, and we couldn't go back. We already did it,
Let's
so.
look at the whole picture.
Yeah, let's do that,
That
please.
was my thought too.
Okay.
Okay. And then, so the thought would be, we want to have the total compensation data to inform all of our discussions and our bargaining sessions. So how often would you like HR to compile and do that survey of the benchmark classifications?
Annually, period. The way it should be.
I'm kind of thinking, we try to have agreements with our labor unions for multiple years, at least 2. So my thought would be to kind of line up with that. Every other year might be efficient enough.
I think every year is too often.
It's a lot of work.
Maybe 2 years, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to have that information. And I think HR is close enough to the topic that they're going to know what other jurisdictions are doing if we
Yeah.
getting way, we're already way. But anyway, I think biannually is usually a pretty good time frame to work, but to me, that has to occur, and that's the main thing. Yep. Otherwise, and again, with a real emphasis on cost of living, if we can afford it, because that's where you really can get yourself behind.
Well, my biggest concern is, let's just hypothetically say that every 2 years you fall down to maybe 10% behind the median. I mean, where it could have been, we could have got it closer to the median,
So this is just how often we're going to do the comp study. So with
Yeah,
that
this is just a
data,
study.
we would then need to
Yeah,
negotiate
look
with
at
the labor unions, and that takes time. And then, and this is a separate question from how often you want to look at the unrep compensation, which we'll talk about
That's
in a
the
minute.
next one.
This is just compiling the data.
Other thoughts, comments by the board? Okay, I think there's agreement around every other year.
Okay.
Number 3?
Okay, so now we're getting to the part where I think Supervisor Turnbull keeps wanting to jump to, how often we look at the compensation for the unrepresented employees. And I just want to clarify one of the reasons we're talking about this, not only because of the questions around 602, but the rest of the employees that are covered by the unrepresented resolution or the salary and benefits resolution for unrepresented employees. We need an acronym for that. they generally don't have any certainty as to when their compensation is going to be reviewed by the board or discussed. In the past, what has happened is that they wait for for the board to reach agreement with all the other bargaining units, and then we look and see kind of and give them something roughly kind of in line with the other bargaining units got. As we've discussed this last cycle, we did a little differently. We gave the UNREP a 3% in the fall. Once we concluded the negotiations and we saw that, you know, some of the other deals reached were a little higher, and we came back and provided that to the UNREP. So the thought was, you don't have to do anything every year, but to at least provide the data and provide that group with some certainty that every year the board is going to look at their salaries, where they are within the market data and all of that, and make a decision annually. We were thinking in the fall would be a very good practice to adopt, regardless of what you do with the 602 linked, you know, affected classes. For all of UNREP, we're recommending that as a good practice to review that annually.
I would agree, Sue, and I think we have to do also our due diligence to understand what the cost of employment is. So it's important to understand as we build the budget. And, you know, between our employees and our fixed assets, those are our two biggest costs, and we must take care of those two, or they really hurt in the long run. So I would totally concur with that, and we have to pay particular attention to that.
How many employees are we talking about here?
180.
180. Okay. I'm just trying to, because all the different groups. So, okay.
Yeah. Well, the other component too is obviously there could be multi-year contract. I'm talking about represented groups. And if we don't know what those costs is, then we're not doing our due diligence to the taxpayers. So.
Right. And hopefully we get to a point where we can have multi-year contracts with our labor unions. Right. I think everybody always appreciates that. And there would be nothing stopping the board in any of these years that you review the unrepresented compensation to making adjustments to the resolution to allow for multi-year increases. It's just the fact that you would then review that each year and make a decision or not make a decision. So. And then the question is, if you want to do that for UNREP, you know, everybody, and then this is where we would need your direction for what do you want to do with the 602 folks. And we could even talk about the board salary at this point, because if we want to say all UNREP are going to be reviewed every year, we could include in that they would also bring the information on the board members.
And is fall the right time? I mean, if we're going to develop a benchmark of with regards to the median with our comparators, then it seems like the time of year doesn't matter if that philosophy takes over anyway, right? So
we looked at the fall, we looked at budget development timelines and workloads and what everyone's doing throughout the year, and we felt like the fall would be a really good time to have that conversation.
It's final adoption.
Okay.
Usually.
Before the final adoption, right?
Yep.
Right.
Probably just after the final adoption, because it's like we have that budget behind us.
September.
We're in the very early process of planning for the next year's budget, so that's a good time to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
I would tend to agree that we should include the Board of Supervisors on this particular item.
Across the board. And
the
again,
board.
that's still a discretion of
We
the
have
board on
discretion
what to do with it.
annually
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I agree. What about 602? We're talking everybody.
Well,
Or-
I was thinking we include 602 down in 4, but item number 4, but I don't know. Could be wrong.
Under Board of Supervisors compensation?
No, add Board of Supervisors to item 3, which would come back to the board annually in the fall. But maybe detach 602 and include them in the
included.
document where we set benchmarks and internal linkages. But I could be wrong. That might not be
Yes.
the right place.
So you're correct. If we do adopt the sort of an annual review and for all of the unrepresented classifications, there are some classifications that we haven't established a benchmark and linkages for, so many of the department heads. So we would need to, that was kind of a direction point we wanted from you to go ahead and develop those benchmarks and linkages. And if you wanted to give us direction with regard to the 602 classes, kind of underneath that, I see what you're saying. So you could basically say, we like the structure that we've established in 602, we want to keep that. And we would incorporate that into that annual review.
Yes.
Right, and then, but further, what I'm saying is, I know that we discussed thoroughly that it's not automatic. Nothing's automatic. We still have to approve it, but
It's all part of this
delink
process.
it from 504. It's just because now we're going to a data-based, median-driven structure.
Right. So the way that you would delink it from 504 is you would take away the link between the sheriff and the undersheriff. So you would now have a structure. If you wanted to have the hierarchy that was on the slide that Joey showed earlier with CAO, county council, sheriff, DA, you could set that structure in place and we could look at that annually. You would now have then 504 marching ahead completely separately. And so at some point in time, you could end up with the undersheriff creeping up to where the sheriff is, just so we're all aware of that. That's what that would do. But you could maintain that hierarchy without it being linked to 504.
Yep. And that's what we were doing in the past. And it worked. I mean, it definitely works. So I don't like the linkage. I think we should, based on market-driven data. And obviously, we've already seen the market-driven data is justifying that we're way behind in numerous occasions or positions. We have some that aren't, but they'll probably move before we get the updated data. So, yeah, it's a constant chase the game or chase the animal out there, but we've got to do our best.
One thing, having it annually, that would help also,
You know where you're at.
And local 3 too.
Sure.
To know where they're at, so.
All right.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
I just want to make it clear that we set that linkage up between the undersheriff and the sheriff really intentionally a few years. When did we do that? That was
21.
21. And who was the sheriff at the time? D'Agostini. So he came to the podium here. I'm just letting y'all know how we did this and why we did it. He came to the podium and asked us to do something about the way that the undersheriff's salary was growing faster than his. And it was a huge conversation. And we decided to create the linkage so that that wouldn't happen again. So it wasn't like we just did it out of nowhere. And I will say that that linkage, there is a perception, I would say, out in the public that, it's causing these runaway salaries, but the data we have before us today is not showing that. So I just want to make it clear we need to be thoughtful and not do this just because of public pressure. The data before us says it's actually working quite well for us. So I want to be careful before we unlink it. And I won't support that actually because I was here when that happened.
So that's more item number 4. We're merging them a little bit. So I
Yes.
appreciate that comment. We're going to come back to that. But are we okay with moving off of item number 3 at this time, which is that the board would review in the fall of every year compensation for unrepresented employees and the Board of Supervisors? Are we comfortable with that piece? Seeing a little bit of head nods. Okay, we can move off of 3. Let's move to 4, which Supervisor Parlin just, made a very good point. Is there that one thing I don't see in a lot of the data that you presented is anything about the difference between our comparative counties between the sheriff and undersheriff. Is that a piece of data that we need to understand?
Yeah, we can look at that to see, are you asking the compensation relationship between the sheriff and undersheriff in our comparator counties? how they
Yes.
compare to ours?
Yes,
We can
yes.
look at that.
That's something we don't currently have. And what I'm thinking is, and again, it goes back to our earlier discussion an hour ago about the undersheriff and the sheriff, and specifically special certifications,
Right.
qualifications that I want to make sure that those are not part of it, or that they're separated out.
Okay.
There is a situation, I won't name the exact agency, but there's a public agency whose board I'm on. And the executive director is paid about 20,000 less than the assistant executive director. And it's because one of the qualifications for the assistant is a very, it's a degree that the executive director is not required to have. So there is a difference, and sometimes I don't know, I don't know what I'm saying here,
No,
except
you do.
that-
You're making good sense.
Right.
And believe me, we've had that discussion. David, Sue were privy to it. We were all over that particular item. And again, it's because of the issues, unintended consequences of 504. But where we settled, and I understand where you guys moved to, but where we settled was it's an elected position, and you know what you're getting into for those 4 years that you signed up for it. We can increase it based on testimony or the need for it, but we can't decrease it. And we were talking about decreasing it at one time, and obviously that's where council weighed in and said, no, you can't, there's legal. So I get wanting to pay the highest that we can, but this county is not there right now. And at this point, I think it's decent, and we need to worry about some other categories.
Yeah, because the undersheriff's entitled to many different specialty pays. I mean, I don't know what, we have bilingual education, seniority, longevity pay. And I mean, I don't think it applies in our current situation because our current sheriff is a career El Dorado County sheriff, but we can get Greg Ferrero running for, well, I have the specialty pay stuff. Leo can run for sheriff. He was a teacher with none of the law enforcement experience. And I don't think, and if he wins, I don't think he should be entitled to all of that, all of the benefits that the undersheriff has for specialty pay, just because he was elected.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make
I mean, I
sense.
think we should look at that.
Separate it out.
And we had a sheriff that was elected, but also he didn't have law enforcement background. He was an attorney. So I'm not going to say the name. Brian knows who I'm talking about. And I'm sure a few other people know too. So I just want to specify that.
Larry, you're going to have to shave though. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the way
Looks pretty good to me.
the way 602 is written now with that, like Sue said, we're looking at the undersheriff's salary step 5 with those 2 other stipends, the 5%
And the 13.
for education differential, and then there's a 13% post-certification pay. So if you take step 5, sorry, and add those other 2 differentials on top of it, and then 2.5% above that, that's where the sheriff's salary is set, according to this. So
Including those two.
including those 2.
Another 18%?
That's correct. So if the board is wanting to change that structure, well, that's something that we'll need to look at too. But that's the way it's written right now.
Well, what if we have a sheriff that wins that doesn't have the post certification
It's going to be paid less.
and doesn't have the education incentive?
The sheriff? Well,
Can they?
So, say that again.
Can a sheriff get elected and serve without, well, I know they could do it without the education incentive, but without the post certification?
oh,
I don't think there's any minimum quals
They're elected,
for elected position.
so I'm saying, if that happened, I think it's a long shot that it would.
Mhm.
They shouldn't be entitled to this other 18%. They should be entitled to whatever, 2.5% over the base salary.
That's my point, exactly.
But we can't lower it. How does that work with?
So I think we have the concerns that county council stated. We'd have to look at this more. And
Yeah.
I think it'd be really good to have the information about our other counties and the spread between the sheriff and the undersheriff, because I think we're maybe getting hung up on this a little bit, whereas, as we looked at the spreads in other counties were much greater and we're all pretty compacted. So we may go and find out that this 18% spread is totally normal for a sheriff and under sheriff. So we should probably look at that before we do anything else.
Yeah, I don't think I want to provide direction on this now, but
Yeah,
certainly
yeah.
worth looking at.
There, and Lauren was able to pull up an answer to your question about how we measure up against our comparator agencies with regard to sheriff versus the under sheriff pay. Lauren, do you want to share that?
So Amador has a 3% spread between the two classifications. Napa has 10%, Placer has 8, Sac and Yolo each have 9.
I guess the question would be
Base salary,
Base
yes,
salary.
base salary.
just strictly base salary.
That's strictly base
Okay, all
salary.
right. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I think staff understands, what we're circling around here, and I do think it's good advice to come back to it and not try to answer that question on the DS.
Yeah.
Okay. So with regards to item number 4 and what you've heard from the board, is that
So we've got direct staff to develop benchmarks and internal linkages for all unrepresented classifications for positions that currently don't have benchmarks or linkages. I would add, I'm hearing to try to roughly maintain the structure created in 602, but potentially without the link between the sheriff and the under sheriff.
Correct.
Yep. That's good.
And I think we would look at that, and obviously that will be one where we'd have to come back with options because there might be timing for implementation and maybe some of this other data if we can dig in, get more information on those other agencies if they truly do stop at base salary, if they include other differentials or allow for that. So we could bring that back.
Okay. Are you comfortable with number 4?
You're bringing
Number
options back to us is what I'm hearing.
Options.
I can deal with
like
that.
options.
Okay.
Bring us some options. I want a menu.
And then finally, then number 5.
That was board compensation. So we
addressed that in
got up
3.
above.
We got that in 3. Okay. Are there any other questions or clarifications that we haven't been able to explore? Okay, then let's go back and take these we can take them all as a group if we're comfortable with all the changes we've made, or we can take them one at a time. Is there a preference?
Try this. I would move all items that we've just had Alice type up.
Second.
Okay.
Clarification.
Yes.
Just basically, I think number 2 with the every 2 years, that's the only one that actually is like directing something. Everything else is going to bring stuff back to us, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm good with it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there further clarification on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very
Good job,
much
you guys.
to HR.
That was a long one.
Appreciate it.
Yep,
Thank
and
you.
the CEO's office. Appreciate it. Council, no, don't worry about it. You didn't get to say much.
He didn't do anything.
That's a good thing.
Are the participants we need for the card room license transfer, are they here?
Second. Okay.
Lady
Okay,
back there.
perfect. Let's go ahead and move right on to our time certain 10 a.m., which is item number 47, Sheriff's Office Card Reader License Transfer. Ms. Dawson, would you please read this item into the record, and I'll go ahead and open the public hearing.
Of course, item 47 is a hearing from the Sheriff's Office recommending the board approve the transfer of the card room license for the Eldorado Hills Casino to Coldwater Partners.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome from the Sheriff's Office, Angela Sterling, who's our records manager and who's going to be presenting this item. Or not? Okay, who's going to be?
Oh.
Allison, are you going to help us out here? Thank you.
All right, Allison Winter with the Chief Administrative Office. This hearing is to change or transfer the card room license from the current owner at the El Dorado Hills Casino, Randy Apel, to now a business venture that Randy Apel is also a co-owner of. The memo describes the sheriff's report on everything and the background discussion, which is available to the board in a hard copy because of some of the sensitive nature of the information in the memo or in the report. But other than that, I believe we have a representative from the card room, if you have any questions.
Okay. Are there clarifying questions of the board at this time? Okay. I'm not seeing any. Thank you for jumping in. Appreciate that. We'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Ms. Dawson?
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 47. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Are there members of the public that would like to address the board specifically on item number 47?
Sorry.
Welcome.
Thank you. Leo Bennett, Coshawn, El Dorado County. My area of expertise doesn't really expand into this. My parents loved penny antique poker, many happy memories, but I do know that card rooms can be such an important piece of another part of my life, which is helping women who have made bad choices, usually with partners, abuse, and they came to our shelters. And this was one of those entry jobs. And I know I'm just reminding you, I'm supporting this, but there have been other times when you have women up here who, for a variety of reasons, just don't fit the rules. And, you know, from my perception, you are, as a board, our chief legislative body. And as county council has told me, sometimes you're judicial. So, you know, the interaction between you and the sheriff still kind of escapes me. So I'm supporting this item, but thinking that perhaps taking a look at, you know, how this impacts at the lower levels where you kind of feel hands tied might be worth it. So hope you prove it today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board at this time on item number 47? Seeing none, may we go to Zoom, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, board. This particular item is a hearing, so therefore the public is allowed to comment on this item, even though we didn't comment on this item earlier today. In this particular case, it seems simply a change in ownership of a business. The change in ownership of the business now moves to a incorporated company called Coldwater Partners, Inc. There's a reference in the agenda that's available that says under item 47 that this new Inc., Coldwater Partners, is jointly owned by the former owner of the El Dorado Hills Casino, also called Black Sheep Casino, and adds Salvador Palma. It isn't clear whether there's any silent partners that would be part of this and not referenced in the agenda item. The only way we'll know is if we get the person that's asking for this up in front of the Board of Supervisors so that the public understands exactly, not speculation, not staff representing, but exactly what the purpose is of this hearing today. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and I would like to ask staff if there are any public comments that they would like to address. Seeing none, let's bring this back to the board for deliberation and/or action.
Madam Chair, I'll move item 47 for approval per the sheriff's recommendation.
Second?
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion?
I'll make a comment.
Please.
Yeah, I've met with Mr. Palma. I've eaten in their establishment. I've consulted with the sheriff. There's been no issues with the casino. My office has not received any complaints whatsoever. So happy to second it.
Great. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. There's one item on our department matter, item number 41 with the surveyor's office, and I see they've joined us. So let's go ahead and take item number 41. Ms. Dawson, would you read this item into the record?
Of course. Item 41 comes from the Surveyor's Office, recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance titled Survey Monument Preservation Fund and Survey Monument Fee. 2, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance titled Surveys from and Contents Monument Placement and Non-Compliance of Monument Placement Survey. And 3, waive full reading of the ordinances, read by title only, and continue the matter to April 21st, 2026 for final passage, second reading.
I'd like to welcome our surveyor. Good morning. Welcome.
Morning, Brian.
Chair, members of the board. Yeah, as it was read, it's a monument preservation fund. And then the second part is just cleaning up some ordinance that we had what monuments were to be set during different types of maps, and they kind of contradicted each other and were convoluted. So we cleaned it all up and put monumentation under one ordinance, and the others will point to it. So if you have any questions on either one of those things,
No.
Questions?
Just one. Look for like a fee schedule. Is it just a flat fee over what the state recommends for the fees for the monuments?
Yes.
Okay, $10. Is that what I?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's only on certain items
Okay.
that are being recorded.
All right. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
All right.
I'll bring this back to the board for deliberation and/or action. Mr.
Public comment.
Turnbull,
Oh, sorry.
motion
Never
to
mind, there's no
approve?
public comment, yeah.
Is there a second?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Are there we have a couple closed session items that maybe we could squeeze in before the lunch. Specifically, I'm looking at 2 or 50. Do you have a recommendation on that, County Council?
I will say whichever staff members can race here the quickest.
Okay.
But yes, I believe that they're both relatively short discussions.
Okay, if that's all right with the board, then we'll recess into closed session to hear items 2 or 50, or both.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back to our regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting. We did have a chance to hear 2 items in closed session. I'd ask County Council, do we have anything to report out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board heard items numbers 2 and 50, and there is no action to report out.
Okay, perfect. This pen doesn't work either. I have 2 non-working pens here. I'm taking donations. Ooh, thank you. Oh, you got Okay, I have 5, 6. Okay, I'm set. Sorry about that. All right, let's go ahead and open this up to our 1 o'clock time allocation for open forum. We'll now take open forum comments. Open forum is a time to comment on any item that is not on today's agenda. Ms. Dawson, would you please read this item?
We are now taking public comment specifically on open forum. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will
Good
alert you.
afternoon.
I'm sorry.
Hold on just 1 second.
Second.
1 second. Thank you.
A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Good afternoon. It's your turn.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the chair and members of the board for this opportunity. I'm Charles Busnun. I live in Ridgeview Village in El Dorado Hills. While we wish to thank Supervisor Ferraro for his support in this matter, we are here today to recognize the El Dorado County Code Enforcement Division for its superior service in resolving a longstanding issue in our neighborhood. We have lived next to a former Sunset Magazine house that has been uninhabited for over 20 years and completely abandoned for almost the entire time. Devastating to our neighborhood. Taking action against private property in our state is difficult, as it should be. However, the County Code Enforcement Division has been able to assess the situation, improve the security of the property, limit teenager access, and work with the bankruptcy court and the real estate broker to put this on the market in a little over a year. This seemed entirely impossible before their intervention. Their staff have earned our sincere gratitude for their work. I want to especially acknowledge Sean Harrell and Kevin Hart, the code enforcement officers who have been instrumental in all of these proceedings. If my wife Raylene and my neighbor Marty West, who has lived next door to this nightmare, would come forward, we would like to present the code enforcement staff with this award, especially Sean Harrell. And he's here with Kevin Bailey, the code enforcement manager, and Karen Hart, I believe, the county planning and building director. They would come forward, please. I would like to read, the inscription reads, El Dorado County, Code Enforcement, in appreciation with the superior quality of services rendered to residents of Ridgeview Village in El Dorado Hills, March 2026. As a consequence of their action, our properties will increase in value. Residents will be allowed to market their property more easily and improve the livability and safety of our neighborhood. Thank you, Supervisor Ferraro, and thank you, Code Enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Busbun. And I think Supervisor Ferraro, did you? Yeah. I think they would like to take a picture with the board. So if you'll join us down here, they're going to take a quick picture. I think they wanted the board. Supervisor Ferraro, is it the whole board you want, or is it just you? Yeah.
They're good? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I really want to thank Supervisor Ferrero and for bringing some of the members of your district to represent code enforcement like that. There's a first time for everything. But I do want to say code enforcement has made a big difference in District 5 as well, and we're very proud of their efforts. So thank you all for what you do. All right, we're going to continue on, please. This is public comment on items not on our agenda. Please come forward. Welcome.
My name is Richard.
Come on forward.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
And I've lived in Gold Beach Park for 21 years now. And they're pulling something. I can't get all the answers for it. It's been real frustrating. But they're raising our rent $300 in one whack, besides raising the water and other rates. And the park has been a long time affordable place for the more poor individuals, disabled, and elderly. And it's always been a friendly place, except for a few incidents that happened a long time ago. Nowadays, with the new owners, I can say one thing: the park is clean by the owners of the trailers that live there, and it's been kept up pretty well. And they drilled a new well, but it's yet to see what it's for. There's a lack of information from Harmony Mobile Homes. I even called the lady. We got a rent increase, a 3-month notice in September of last year. In November, it came around and said we'd be getting a credit for $300 to offset the rent increase, which is kind of a puzzle, because what's that credit for when they're not allowed to raise our rent more than 10% a year, the way I understand. And it's going to put a lot of people out of their homes, add more to the homelessness problem. And there needs to be more places like there in this county that people can afford to live in, not more. That would make my rent go from, well, it went up to $800 this last month, and it's going up to $1,100, $995 instead of $665, $695, I mean, for the rent as the president is. And anyway, the state mobile home park 798.38 state that they can't raise it under the state code. And I'm just wondering if the county has any interest in helping these people out that live there and adhering to the state code as they're written in 2026.
Thank you for your comments. We have a mobile home ad hoc committee. We're going to take this up, so we'll get back to you.
Oh, that's great.
Okay, thank you.
Because I've tried so hard to get
Yep.
information from so many places.
Yep, we'll help.
State and county and
Thank you, sir.
whatever I could get a hold of, and it's not available.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Please come forward.
My name is Paige Morgan, and I'm a parent provider and IHSS worker. So
Can you
I'm
turn the mic a
that's-
little bit closer? I can't hardly hear you. There you,
Sorry. Thank you.
there you go. Okay.
Okay, my name is Paige Morgan, and I'm a parent provider and IHSS parent provider for IHSS. So that's what I'm here to talk about today. I just really want to make a point that no parent ever goes into, you don't have a pregnancy and everything. You don't go into it expecting to have a special needs child. You don't know what you're going to get. It might not affect everybody in this room, but it is something that you can be affected in with grandchildren. You don't really know. You don't know what you're going to get. So having a higher needs child I was not always a parent provider. And so I always had to work. I was solo, I was divorced. So there's a lot of needs. There's different therapies that are required. The wage has not been increased, and that's kind of what I'm here to discuss. You can go to any fast food restaurant in the state of California and get a job starting at 20 bucks an hour, right? So I had a profession prior to becoming a parent provider. I was a private investigator. I was able to make money. Basically, I had to make a decision about my son's care and his needs and being able to get him to appointments and try to do the best that I can for his quality of life after I'm gone. I'm having to plan that now. Like I had to plan that. He's 18 now. So I'm still playing catch up on a lot of areas that I didn't know needed to be taken care of at the time. I was doing it all by myself. So the fact of the matter is the wage, the cost of living has continued to increase. It's kind of impossible to expect people to be able to afford certain things. I need to pay for like oral surgery for him and conservatorship and special needs trust, different things that are like extra that I'm not able to afford. I've got I am a homeowner. I had my deck just collapsed, but yet I don't think it's enough to pay the $10,000 out of pocket deductible, so there's a lot of things that come up. It's hard to incentivize people to work with special needs people that are going to need to be doing, maybe self-care, things that are not the typical norm of job duties at $17 an hour. You know what I mean? They can go anywhere. Like I said, they can go flip burgers or they can just do the drive-through and they don't have to touch any food for $20 an hour. So, I mean, the fact that the cost, if he was in a residential home, it would probably be anywhere from $17,000 to $25,000 a month. And we're not even getting increases annually. You know what I mean? The gas is almost $6 a gallon. Trying to incentivize people to come to work in your home for less than they can get working an easier job. It's impossible to do. So
We appreciate you being here. Thank you.
thank you.
Welcome. Come forward. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nadima Pasok, and I've been living in this country for the past 8 years. I moved from Pacifica, which whenever you say somebody's from Bay Area, they don't like you here because you have attitudes and you come richy person, which is not true. We moved here because we thought it's going to be cheaper. I become an IHS provider for my own husband.
If
Not
you could
that I
try to
want-
speak right into the
Oh,
mic
I'm
so we can
sorry.
hear you. That's great. Thank you.
I became an IH provider for my own husband. Not that I really expected, not that I really wanted, not that he wanted. He just had a cardiac arrest and he was sent home as a hospice. It was very kind of him not to die because he refused, which I'm very grateful, but that's on a funny side. But he cannot work anymore. So I know it's not your problem, it's our problem. He's only 67 years old now. He's a master mechanic. We came with a mechanic store here to open, mobile, affordable. We had to sell everything for a penny. Now, if I don't take care about him and I go to job, which I used to be X-ray radiologist, they didn't let me work, which is fine. I am mobile notary and I'm signing agent, but I cannot work in the office because it's not only a heart problem, but he's diabetic, uncontrolled diabetic. And I come to the point where I don't know how much you know about sugar, but if it goes below 60, he doesn't communicate anymore. So it's a work 24/7. I'm paid for 3 hours a day, which is fine. But I'm a driver. I don't like driving. I have to drive him everywhere, even to the store. So without that, if I go to work, who's going to look after him? If I get an IHS provider, they're going to come there for 2-3 hours and then they're going to leave him. So I am IH provider for another person, the gentleman who is 92, who's so grateful that I want to do what I'm doing. He still drives, which is very scary for me because he can't see very well. He can't hear any. So I do everything, small things for him. And sometimes in the afternoon, he asks me to come. So without us, you heard the stories from us. And some of the stories are horrible. I don't have to wipe the butts of people. But I had 4 different recipients, which I had to give up because mentally I cannot take it, physically I cannot take it. 3 of them cannot find providers because they said for that amount of money, they're not gonna work. And as my colleague said, you know, as you can say, we can go to work in a restaurant or flip the burgers or cleaning, make much more money and be much more approved and get the tips. We don't get the tips, we just have to work on it. So my question is really our work so unimportant for you? It's like, you know, our society is getting older and older and older. Maybe will need one day to be taken care, and I don't have children. So I'm stuck. I think if you invest in us, it will be better than a nursing home. Very quickly, if I can just say, 2 of my providers, ex-providers,
I really need you to wrap it up.
Okay, they dropped their loved ones to emergency and said they cannot look after them anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please hold your applause. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board on non-agenda items at this time? Please come forward. Okay, seeing none, can we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Well, good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood here from South Lake Tahoe, where it's sadly sunny and warm, and the snow is melting quickly. Kirkwood looks like the better place to go skiing, but that's not why I called. As usual, saying no to Town and Country project really needs to be done. Need to squelch this one while it's still young, even though it's gone on for so long. Item 2, as always, notice. Visual notice, site posting, etc., as well as the mail, even though they say it doesn't work very well and that people think it's junk mail. But something about important public hearing on the envelope might be a good way to do that. Item 3 is a new item. Saw a report on Steve Large, CBS 13 or whatever it was, about the film that's been done here locally, Gold Mountain or something like that, about 2 Chinese orphans. Looks like a fascinating story. Needs to be told, and so forth and so on. But our film commissioner, I know she has a job to do, for some reason praised Gavin Newsom for, quote, making this happen. Well, if Gavin Newsom would have been doing his job for the last 8 years instead of running for president or whatever he's doing, he probably woulda, shoulda, coulda been helping out the film industry instead of watching it evaporate to other states. Just like all the other people who have evaporated. And we call our attention to the governor of New York doing the same stupid things, and then sending people away from the state of New York to Miami, let's say, and then having the nerve to come back and say, oh, come back, we miss you. No, we miss your dollars. And anyway, we have a similar problem here in California, and his name is Gavin Newsom, amongst others. But it was very disappointing to see her give praise to someone who does not deserve it, and that would be Gavin Newsom. So anyway, pray for snow. It looks like there's an outside chance, but it's going fast. And again, Kirkwood's the place to be. Spent a couple hours there yesterday, and had some of the best spring skiing I've ever done in my life. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Kevin McCarty.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Kevin McCarty, Secretary of the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County. First off, just wanted to say I appreciate the direction of the conversation you're having this morning on management compensation. I thought it was thoughtful, and I especially appreciate the willingness to look at unlinking section 602 from 504 through the sheriff under sheriff connection. I think that's a smart common sense step. I know the conversation on that is done for today, but just in a general sense, I wanted to call attention and be very direct about an issue that I think is critical here, and that's the comparator counties being used. If the
Mr.
comparator-
McCarty, this time is for items that are not on our agenda. Those items were heard this morning. Do you have comments you'd like to share with the board on non-agenda items?
So I guess just in a general sense, our county is about 200,000 people, a billion budget. You know, in a general philosophical sense, you know, Amador County is 40,000 people. It's 5 times smaller. Sacramento, obviously a major metropolitan area, 8 times larger with a $9 billion budget. So I think just again, generally speaking, we should really be looking at our peer counties, the rural counties, preferably in the Sierras. And I just think that's something that the board should keep in mind in discussions of this sort as we move forward. And just wanted to call attention to that since we don't have opportunity to speak after the agenda items themselves anymore. But thank you for the opportunity. I hope you're all doing well and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Dean Getz.
Thank you, supervisors. I wanted to follow on in those comments and highlight the exact same issue. And that is, I heard a number of things earlier today that came out from the staff presentation and discussion by the board that led to the public comments that I would have made being off point. A number of misstatements that would have been correctable if we had had an opportunity to timely discuss the item, which goes to exactly why what you've set up really probably boils down to a non-defensible Brown Act violation. But you won't know that for sure until we get to the bottom of that issue. And getting to the bottom of that issue is operating it and showing how it doesn't operate correctly, that it actually ties one arm behind the supervisor's backs because they don't have all the information. Again, I'm not talking about the item itself. I'm talking about the mechanics of how your policy that's not agendized today is being operated. And the mechanics of that policy, as an example, are it would be ideal to be able to tell you that's a misstatement, or that item that you were discussing earlier today doesn't work that way because, well, there's, I don't know, resolution 184-2025, for example, and there's a recital in there that might pertain to that discussion that would change the entire dynamic. And I do appreciate that some of you are doing a better job bringing up the important questions as they come up that we would want you to bring up or might even urge you to bring up in public comment, but you have to do that as notes. And I think Supervisor Parlin was trying to suggest I took good notes on this and I have these questions, but that's not how it's supposed to work. And how it's really supposed to work is that you have full and complete discussion about these kinds of things so you get to the best possible decision, the most informed decision, which is your fiduciary responsibility. And in law, a fiduciary is the highest, by definition, regard to those that you serve. So if you're not interested in hearing what we have to say, but you are interested in serving us, that seems like a conflict in and of itself. So again, I think Mr. McCarty was right on about identifying the mechanics of your policy that's failing you. And it certainly does highlight the argument that you don't really want to hear the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon, board. Monday, March 16th, I was at the state capitol. Specifically, I toggled between the assembly and the Senate. And I was there with the support of District 1 Supervisor Greg Ferraro, and his staff, Cindy Munt, in honoring El Dorado Hills resident Mary Chan, Chan. This is a very positive opportunity for me to tell you, the Board of Supervisors, that we have a community of wonderful people. And sometimes it's slow to get recognition, but in this case, Mary Chan obviously was honored by Marie Alvarado Gill, the District 4 Senator. That whole day, though, for me, in recognizing, and as you know, I can talk a lot, so I talked to many people that I hadn't ever met before, and we were all there generally for the same purpose, to be able to see our capital participate in state government and enjoy ourselves, because it is a historical location. Greg, you and I have talked about this, but I hadn't got a chance to talk to you or Cindy about how much I enjoyed participating in that endeavor and honoring Mary. But I do want to also take the opportunity, Supervisor Veerkamp, there's a nonprofit award that's being that's going to be nominated, I believe, through April the 9th. And I was thinking about El Dorado Gold 1848 and what we call now the Post Discovery Center, the old post office. We've been having some great Saturday events on minerals and gems, and have many times talked about George Wheeldon. So hopefully your office might be able to help me in a letter of nomination on that endeavor. But thanks to Mary, I really have enjoyed myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Jessica Dye.
Hi. Hello, my name is Jessica Dye. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for letting me speak today, Board. I appreciate it. I am newly signed on with IHSS. I am newly signed on as a union member as well. I'm just speaking because today I just want to express that with the pay rate, that it is a concern for me, because there are other jobs, as the woman spoke of earlier, that are paying quite a few dollars more at quite a more basic responsibility and liability of a job than what we hold as providers. As a provider, I am liable for the well-being of my recipient, her health, her well-being, her mind, daily chores, responsibilities of the doctor's appointments and medication. And that's quite an often a big chore to give somebody the dignity of being able to get themselves back to operating order on their own, or even to take care of them and give them the best quality of life. There are many people, as what I understand now, that are not being provided for because there aren't caregivers out there. And it could be the main reason because of the pay. As the lady spoke of earlier, like I was saying, there's signs everywhere that say $20 an hour to work at McDonald's. Now, I'll be an advocate for myself and other IHSS, but I'll also be an advocate for them. And I'm not downing them. I'm saying they work food, they get an order out, they're done. There's no responsibility besides making sure that their health and sanitary reasons. That's a big thing, but it's nothing compared to what we do as providers. For $17 an hour in South Lake Tahoe, that's not going to go much farther. There's $2,000 a month for a one-bedroom rent. Gas is at $6. And now I had a Medi-Cal before. I'm probably going to lose that. The insurance coverage is not much out there. There's just very big concerns that the IHSS providers are not being addressed as they properly should. And why wouldn't you take care of the people that are taking care of the people that need someone to take care of them? If it would be in a nursing home, they wouldn't get the quality of care that we give one-on-one in their homes for them, and providing for them as it would probably be way more expensive as well. I don't know why our rates are not being adjusted, but I think that that should be addressed, and also for the insurance as well. So I appreciate you letting me speak today, and hopefully y'all will come together on something to help us out so we can help our recipients. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tita Bladden.
Hi, I'm a senior advocate. I live in El Dorado Hills. I'm in District 1. I'm just really have empathy for all the IHSS providers. As you know, they spend a lot of time with the older adults for various reasons, disability, cognitive, whatever issues. I think for me as a senior advocate, I would like to know the ability to raise their salaries. Is it only determined by the county? Are you waiting on state funds? Are you waiting on federal funds? That would help me as a senior advocate to figure out who do I need to advocate to as to the importance of providing the proper funding to provide these raises for the in-home health support. So basically, is it county, is it state, is it federal? And if it's a combination of all three, great. I'd like to know what the percentage is. Again, thank you for your time. Tita Bladen.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Is anybody on staff wanting to answer any questions that you may have heard? Madam CEO, no? Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and move on to our time certain department matter, which was scheduled for 1 o'clock. This is item number 48. This is coming from the Chief Administrator's Office, and this is our Board of Supervisors Strategic Plan Review. Madam Clerk, will you please read this item into the record?
Of course. Item 48 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, receive an update on the county's strategic planning efforts, 2, review and direct staff as necessary to modify the current vision statement, mission statement, and core values, 3, review and direct staff as necessary to modify the current 5 strategic plan focus areas, and 4, direct all department heads to participate in an update to the strategic plan priorities and action items and return to the board in the fall of 2026 with recommendations.
At this time, I'd like to welcome our Assistant CAO, Laura Schwartz. Good
Thank
to have
you.
here.
All right, so we're here today to talk about our strategic plan. Just a little bit of background. This is an annual process. Our charter requires that we come back to the board at least once before the end of the first quarter for the board to take a look at their goals for the upcoming year, and that's essentially our strategic plan.
Laura, can we just pause right there?
Yes.
Can you reiterate that? Because that was a public comment that I wrote down. Somebody questioned that we said it was required, and so I just highlight that one. We're
Yes.
answering a public comment.
Okay, so it is a charter, it is within our charter requirement that we come back annually within the first quarter for the board to adopt goals, vision, mission statement. So that is what we do with the strategic plan. So we're just under the deadline here. So this strategic plan before you, just a little reminder of kind of how this started. We actually began this process in 2023. We utilized an outside consultant who facilitated, we had 3 or 4 public workshops. We did a countywide survey, a lot of input from department heads, from the board, and that's how we kind of came up with the 2024, what we call our 2024 strategic plan. There really wasn't a timeline established for that plan. This is really a working document. So, every year we come back and we have this annual discussion. We did meet with all of the department heads in early March at our department head meeting to kind of have a discussion around the strategic plan. One of the public comments that was made earlier was that several of the priorities and activities were either noted as completed or ongoing. And that was a conversation that we had with the department heads, and we're kind of in agreement that, that piece of this is probably a little stale. We need to look at maybe doing some updates to that. So the department heads were all kind of in agreement that what we'd like to do is take this document back over the next 6 months or so, work together as a department head team to really come back to the board probably in the fall with some recommendations for some updated priorities and action items. So kind of a refresh and internal refresh based on a lot of what departments are already doing. The overall feel was that the mission, vision statement, the focus areas are all still very much relevant and in line. There really wasn't any input from the department heads to make any changes there. However, that's kind of a discussion that we want to have with the full board to see if the board would like to revisit any of those. And so if you'd like, I can kind of pull can I share my screen here?
And Ms. Schwartz, can we
Yes.
just pause for a second? I believe Ms. Parlin, did you have something else you wanted to add, or was that the main
That
thing?
was it.
Okay, all
Sorry.
right. That's okay.
I was watching you going, I'm just going to do it
Do it.
because, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. I think I addressed most of the questions from this morning as well. So if I missed one, just please let me know. Is it letting me share, Kim? There we go. Okay. So I'm going to skip kind of right down to our mission vision. We'll start there. So our mission statement. Together, we enhance the well-being of all residents, businesses, and visitors by delivering effective public service. Our vision, exceptional quality of life with a strong sense of community, historical heritage, rural character, managed growth, and opportunity for all. Our values, integrity. We are responsible for our actions and accountable to our citizens, workforce, and stakeholders. Collaboration. We engage, communicate, and connect to achieve the best possible outcomes together, external and internal. Service excellence, responsive, transparent, and quality service to all citizens of El Dorado County. Stewardship. Through collaboration and advocacy, we honor and protect our natural and historical resources, agriculture, and rural character for future generations. Thriving workforce. We value employees performing meaningful work with professional growth opportunities. And fiscal responsibility. Through sound decision-making, we apply best financial practices that protect and enhance the assets and resources of El Dorado County. Our strategic focus areas: safe and healthy communities, public infrastructure, thriving economy, workforce excellence, and strategic innovation. I'm going to stop there to see if the board would like to discuss any changes, thoughts around vision, mission statement.
Thoughts, comments? Mr. Veerkamp?
I think as far as strategic plan goes, and I've been around a few of them, those values, the mission, the vision are exactly what this county's about. And yeah, you can wordsmith it all you want, but the meat is in the rest of it. And it's in the action items and objectives and so forth. So to me, that's where I think we should manage or focus our time. Those are set it up very well.
Other comments? Okay, carry on.
All right. Well, we will move to, I'm sorry, this is probably not going to be very easy to see. Our priorities and actions items. So the first focus area under safe communities. I don't think I really need to read through all of these unless the board would like to discuss a specific item. As noted this morning, some of these are noted as completed or ongoing. Some of the items that are ongoing, it might still make sense to leave those within our strategic plan. I think that's a discussion that the department heads are hoping to kind of have over the next 6 months. But if there's anything here that we want to, that the board would like to focus on or ask department heads to focus on as we look forward to potentially making some changes and adding, deleting. I can maybe read the priorities if you'd like me to, or I'm trying to be very mindful of the time. I know you guys still have a lot on your agenda today. So if you'd like me to read through the priorities, I can. Or if you'd like to just pick a couple that you'd like to focus on, or we can move on to the next focus area.
Can we, can we comment on some of the things that are actually working in place right now?
Absolutely.
All right. I don't know, but a lot of people probably know that I wrote a lot of letters. Letters went to the President of the United States, USDA, and the Forest Service, and talking about especially a lot of the logging roads that have been, that need to be repaired or fixed, especially when it comes to wildfire access. So that's been taking place. Forest genetics is back now because I talked about re-beautifying our forest. You can go up Iron Mountain Road and you can see where Sierra Pacific planted, but you can see with the Forest Service and there was nothing there. Their trees are coming back, but we have nothing. So now it's put in place. Forest genetics is coming back. They're revamping it. They poured 800 yards of concrete in a particular facility. So they're raising small trees to be able to beautify our forest. But there's only 3 of those facilities throughout the United States, and we have one of them. And it basically got abandoned when we stopped logging in 94, 95. Now with everything that's going on, logging is coming back, but basically for fuel breaks. And especially when you're talking about these horrific wildfires that we've had in the past. And it's basically about prevention. One of the things that I wrote in the letter about importing lumber, and President Trump brought it up. We're not going to be importing lumber from Canada anymore. We were importing 70% of our lumber from Canada. We have enough lumber here to supply here in the United States. So some things are moving forward. It's good things. I have a good relationship with the Forest Service. In fact, I've got a tour tomorrow of that facility tomorrow with Dave Fournay. So things are moving forward. I think we got a pretty good relationship with the Forest Service right now, which I think there was things in the past that wasn't, but I think things are moving in the right direction.
Thank you for those comments. Are there other comments by the board at this time? Okay, you can continue on.
Oh, okay. So through Safe Communities, as I said, maybe I'll just quickly read through the priorities, and if there's something that folks want to comment on. The first priority was strengthen emergency response capabilities and effectiveness. You can see that a couple of those action items have already been completed. Some are ongoing. So kind of the thought with the department head team was that we're going to go through these priorities. The focus areas, so safe communities would remain a focus area, but we would go through these and see, does this priority still make sense to keep? If so, are there other action items that we should add? Should we, if something's completed, we'll take it off the list. So really, coming back with kind of a refreshed list of these priorities and action items. And that really follows through for every focus area.
Yeah. So are we looking at all the pages that are safe and healthy communities? Is that
So
what you're asking us to do at this point?
Well, the action is basically, does the board wish to make any changes to your mission, vision, core values? And then our recommendation, if the board agrees, would be to direct the department head team to take a look at the priorities and action items based on those focus areas and return in the fall with an updated action list, priority and action list. So if we'd like to go through them, safe communities, I can ask, does anybody have any specific questions around safe communities or?
I mean, I kind of looked through it and I saw the recommendation was for the department head team to return in the fall with suggestions. So unless anybody had anything specific, I mean, I'm good with that direction.
And I think, we're definitely open to if board members kind of want to funnel ideas, anything that's hasn't occurred to you in your review before today and isn't coming up now, you can funnel those to Laura or me, and we can bring those to the discussions that we'll be having with department heads as well. So,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, short and sweet. I don't have I'd like to say I can read through it if you'd like me to, but, or.
No, I do have a comment, but I was waiting. I thought we were going to get to thriving economy and.
Well, we can. So if we're good with.
Okay, yeah, I just.
Do it now.
Looking at the Legistar item, our agenda items for thriving economy are grossly underrepresented when compared to looking at everything, all the other 4 focus areas. I know we've got a lot of good ideas and goals for get our economy thriving.
Yes.
But I think it's a bandwidth issue, and it's clearly demonstrated in the progress report for thriving economy that they're being inhibited because of staffing shortages.
Yes.
And personally, I see if we don't have a thriving economy, we're not going to be able to provide a safe and healthy community. Our public infrastructure is going to be at a deficit. Workforce excellence is going to be affected, and so will our innovation. And so I think as a whole, we need to put more emphasis on building a better economy for our county. And I know we have a lot of ideas, but the implementation is very slow. I know we're looking at, we're currently, we have a VHR ad hoc and we're making progress on that. But I think we should, put more emphasis on prioritizing business opportunities. Ag lodging is an issue or a topic that repeatedly comes up, and we have great opportunities for that, I think, as well as ranch marketing. But we just don't have the bandwidth to accomplish that. We have a volunteer group of SEED that, from what I've seen in the last year, I think we're underutilizing. And so I'd like to see them be more proactive with developing ideas that we can implement to boost our economy.
so
I see
guess
Karen is in the audience, so if she'd
No,
like
it's
to
just
speak
it's
to
a
it, yeah.
generalization, and I've talked to Director Garner before about it. I'm not casting blame on anything,
Yeah.
but I think the county as a whole, we need to prioritize that more.
I agree. I just want one clarification with the statistics on the board items. We did make a change from previously. We had these kind of broad categories, and departments would try to fit what they were bringing into one of these categories. We've moved to where we only mark that on the agenda item, or the direction is to only mark that on the agenda item when it relates to a specific action item. So that might be why you might see those numbers be a little different than you've seen in the past. So they'd be related to when something related to this action item came forward. But not to disagree with anything that you've said, I just wanted to make sure it was clear to everybody how we're using those statistics. And then we do have Karen Garner here. She can share if she wants, but I do know that she has been making great strides toward getting her economic development staff back and recruited, and I think we're close.
And whatever we can do to help that. Like I said, I'm not casting blame on her department at all. We should be making that more of a priority.
Well, we've been waiting for some things. We've been waiting for a work plan from SEED. They brought us what we thought was supposed to be a strategic plan, and it wasn't. So we're having some, I don't know if it's communication issues. Seems to be a disconnect there that really needs to be addressed, I think, for sure.
Ms. Garner, welcome.
Thank you, Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. So, yeah, thank you for bringing this topic up. And as you noted right now, I've got one economic development staff who is our liaison, and that role pretty much, is a full-time role. So not a lot of bandwidth to focus on other projects. It largely falls to me to take on that role at this time. However, on April 28th, we have scheduled to bring forward to the board request for staffing to fill economic development and housing roles. So you'll see that on the 28th. And what I tried to do with the vacancies that had been created was to really think about what the tasks are in front of us over the next few years. So what we're hearing from SEED with the direction and the strategic plan, and to rethink what the positions should be to best carry that out. I don't think the positions that we had previously were going to be as effective as what is being proposed. So you'll see that on April 28th. And at that time, there certainly will be, once we get those positions filled, and we'll try and recruit those as quickly as possible, be more bandwidth to look at these projects, and to, with the SEED and their strategic plan and their work plan, to focus more on that and get that in alignment and bring that back to the board. I agree that, and I've said it before, the SEED committee is excellent. They have great capacity to carry out a lot of these tasks. And so we just need to take that step of bringing that from the board, getting clarity on what that is, and then let them loose and go forward with that along with staff.
Yeah, you mentioned something that I see as a problem, that you're doing the work. You're the director of planning and building. You've got a huge responsibility. And so hopefully we can change that. So you're not the one that hands-on doing the work.
Yeah, so
Because I don't see that as your job.
The day-to-day activities should not be, I can certainly step in where needed, but obviously right now, given the lack of staffing, but give you a sneak peek, one of the positions I'm requesting is a management level position, so that can take that lead role and really be the driver behind these initiatives and handle the day-to-day activities related to economic development.
Good. Okay.
Mr. Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to say, talk about a thriving economy. At one time, we had over 100 mills in El Dorado County, and we were one of the richest counties in the state of California at that time, with gold during the gold rush, and also all the logging that was going on. In the 70s, early 70s, or late 60s, early 70s, I think there was 28. In 94, when a lot of the environmentalists, the Sierra Club, and John Muir Foundation, and then Don, or Fawn is what it was, stopped logging that was going on in El Dorado County. And we only have one mill that's left. And it's basically, it was a planing mill, and that's El Dorado Northern. I wrote a letter to the USDA extending the Farm Bill. The Farm Bill was done away with last year at the end of November. They extended that Farm Bill now until the end of 26 with the letter I wrote. So there's grant money available to build a new mill, to bring biomass, but also to support our ag in our county. And that's what we need to be focused on, because especially when it comes to tourism too. And that's all part of that Farm Bill, that extension of that Farm Bill. So Lori and I have been on the ad hoc committee for biomass. We're looking at different locations to try to get this going. We've been doing this for what, 4 years, 5 years? Long time. We need to focus on that, especially when it comes for good, high-paying jobs. It helps support our county too, because when we had logging, it was anywhere from $10 to $15 million a year went to our roads, but also our rural schools. And now we're less than 5,000 a year. So we need to focus and get back to that. It's there, it's available. They're listening to us now. So we need to push that issue to help our county thrive for the future. So anyway, things are moving forward. Like I say, it's just baby steps, but you gotta be persistent. And I'm very persistent. I don't take no for an answer, let me tell you. So if they say no, I'm going to write back in them again and send another letter to make sure that they listen to me. So we need to focus workforce housing. We were talking about a campus, Lori and I would, which a nursery and workforce housing and a mill and other things that could sustain that, especially cross-laminated lumber, which we could build these affordable homes. I can build a house in less than 3 days with this. And actually, we were importing a lot of that from Canada.
So, Mr. Turnbull, are you trying to suggest that you want something added?
Yes, I would like to have something added to that to look at what we're doing right now so we can thrive for the future, especially when it comes to low-income housing, which this could support it, cross-laminated lumber, our forests, and all the other things, and we need to take advantage of that. That's what we need to do. So if they're opening the door for it, let's work on it. And there's grants available until April 22nd of this year. So we need to thrive and work on that and see what we can put together.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Madam CAO?
Yeah, I would just suggest if we could maybe kind of go through the rest of if you have anything that jumps out, and if not, we don't need to get it all. We don't need to get all the direction today. Like I said, we can funnel that through our office, and we can take that back to the discussions that we have with the department heads before we come back to you in the fall.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult, I think, for the board, and forgive me if I say this and you don't agree, but it's just hard for us to take this amount of information and, try to give you anything significant, up at the dais. It's just a lot.
I would agree. And I think that's was not our intent here. The intent was really to have the board focus on vision, mission, those core statements, and then have the department head team kind of go back and really look through these priorities and action items and come back in the fall with a more robust discussion. And CAO Phillips is exactly right. You can funnel kind of that information through our office if you have specifics that you'd like to see in there, and we can incorporate that and hopefully come back in the fall and really have that discussion around the priorities and action items.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an important step to be taken, and that's kind of where we need that feedback. I look at this document and it just it's something that a lot of different boards do, strategic planning, and it doesn't always resonate, nor do we oftentimes make decisions where we refer back, like, does this fit our mission? Does this fit our core values? For example, just an example, we cut the wagon train that, we've been supporting for decades, and that's part of our historical heritage. So I struggle with how, this is a great document, but is it practical? Is it helpful? I don't know. Just throw that out there. Supervisor Veerkamp.
Yeah, I think CAO and I were talking about this the other day, and it's a great plan, sort of like our general plan, and it's this big. And we've only got this much time and this much energy and this many finances to deal with some of these things. So maybe we try to just sort of narrow it down a little bit if, department heads and electeds agree, and really try to get one or two things done a year, or gosh, God forbid, it takes 2 years, but really focus and try to get some really good things done that are the biggest priority.
Yes.
Because there's a lot here.
And that is where, when we have items in here that are ongoing, those are helpful. I know just even from a facilities perspective, there are definitely some priorities and action items within this plan that really help facilities as we're going through and trying to prioritize and kind of come up with our, strategic planning process. I know HHSA has a great strategic plan, and same thing, they've taken components, from this strategic plan and worked that into their kind of department level strategic plan. So this does help drive, I think, some of those priorities and decisions.
Madam CEO?
Yeah, I just want to say that was very much the tenor of the discussion with the department heads was, hey, let's check in with the board and make sure they're still good with the, the priorities and the focus areas. And if you're good with that, that's you're providing that overall direction, and then you can rely on your department head team to say, hey, these are the realistic, achievable action items that we can offer you that fit within those strategic focus areas, and come back to you with that. So I think if you're good at the high level with the vision, mission, and kind of the general categories we have, your department heads have the right with you on looking at things that are realistic, achievable, and kind of in the short term. So I think we're good to go on that.
Yeah. So then are we good to go then? The directions in number 4 of this item?
Right. 1, 2, and 3 would kind of be receive and file
Receive and
type of thing.
files.
Yeah.
So
number 4.
Yeah, if you guys are ready, then I'll go ahead and move that we do as recommended by staff here. That's all.
Second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
No,
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this takes us to our time certain 1:30 p.m., which is item number 49. Will the clerk of the board please read this item into the record?
Item 49 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, Long Range Planning Unit, recommending the board, 1, receive and file the General Plan 21 through 25 5-year review. 2, receive and file the 2025 General Plan Annual Progress Report. 3, receive and file the 2025 Housing Element Annual Progress Report. And 4, direct staff to initiate a comprehensive general plan update for El Dorado County. Written public comments received by 4 p.m. on the day prior to today's meeting were distributed to all board members and included with this agenda item.
Thank you for that. I'd like to welcome Thea Graybill and Tim Pitt, both from Long Range Planning Unit. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. We've got a little slideshow for you. Should be coming up any moment now. All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Tim Pitt, Senior Planner with Long Range Planning. Today, I am presenting 3 reports for the board to receive and file. Number 1, the 2025 General Plan Annual Progress Report. Number 2, the 2025 Housing Element Annual Progress Report. And number 3, the General Plan 5-year review. These reports provide a clear picture of how El Dorado County is growing, how our policies are performing, and where adjustments may be needed as we look forward. Based on the findings in these reports, staff will also be recommending that the board consider initiating a comprehensive update to the county's general plan. Next slide, please. Before I discuss the reports, I'll briefly revisit what the general plan is, why it matters, and how it functions. This context will help frame the information in the reports and set the stage for the staff's recommendation to update the general plan. The general plan is the county's main long-range blueprint, not just for land use, but for the physical, environmental, and economic direction of the county. State law requires jurisdictions to maintain a plan that covers the major areas shaping them, including land use, transportation, housing, and safety. General plans can also include locally chosen elements on agriculture, recreation, and public services to reflect community priorities. The elements work together as one framework, guiding how we coordinate land use, services, resources, and infrastructure to support long-term county goals. Next slide, please. There are a few core ideas that guide how the general plan works. Number one, it is flexible. The board can amend it when needed while keeping the amendments aligned with the overall framework. Number two, the elements are meant to work together without goals or policies conflicting. Decisions are made within the context of the full plan in mind. And number three, it serves as a roadmap for how we coordinate services, infrastructure, and development, guiding everything from roads and utilities to parks and emergency services, because it provides a shared foundation for the county and aligns the work of all county departments. Next slide, please. With these principles in mind, I want to highlight some of the high-level feedback we've heard from supervisors and key priorities that have emerged in terms of the general plan's performance and adaptability. Number one, the desire to look ahead rather than revisiting past actions. The goal being for the county to plan proactively rather than reactively. Number two, interest in taking a fresh look at the county's vision statement with decision makers and the community to ensure it reflects current county priorities. Number three, reviewing the assumptions the plan was built on and confirming they still align with current conditions and long-term goals. Number four, the value of keeping the general plan aligned with the strategic plan, especially in areas like wildfire resilience, economic development, and housing affordability. And number five, importance of maintaining clarity and consistency throughout the plan so its elements work together as a strong integrated framework. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to switch gears a little and move into implementation. This slide gives us a snapshot of where things stand and where our general plan implementation measures. As of the end of 2025, the county has implemented 188 measures, with 50 measures actively in progress and only 8 left to initiate. This level of completion shows how much effort has gone into implementing the current general plan. Next slide, please. Here you'll see the county's population estimates and long-range forecasts through 2040. There's been a noticeable shift from what earlier projections anticipated in terms of population. The pace of growth has slowed. State projections show only modest population increases over the next 15 to 20 years. Next slide, please. This slide gives us a 25-year look at housing permit activity on the West Slope, providing a helpful long-term view of how residential construction has shifted over time. There are 2 key takeaways I want to highlight from this slide. Number one, recent construction levels reflect a trend seen across many California counties, especially when compared to the higher levels of production seen in the early 2000s. Number two, which is a point that's not directly shown on this slide, but it is an important one, the location of new housing continues to align closely with board direction. 77% of new residential units in the county were built within the 4 community direct regions. Also of note, this graphic reflects only the West Slope housing activity. TRPA regulates land use in the Tahoe Basin and limits the number of annual allocations for houses. In Tahoe, the county has issued 115 residential dwelling permits, 1 ADU, and 30 residential replacement units within the 5-year reporting period. Next slide, please. This slide shows how our recent housing activity fits within the regional housing needs allocation. The county continues to perform very well in the above moderate category, while production is moving slower in the very low, low, and moderate categories. Next slide, please. As I mentioned previously, we've completed a lot of planning work during the 5-year review cycle, including the safety element update, the conservation and open space element update, various key zoning ordinance amendments, and other initiatives. This shows meaningful work and progress by staff, reflects strong collaboration across county departments and divisions, and demonstrates how the county continues to meet state requirements and advance board priorities. Next slide, please. All right, now I want to look forward and discuss staff's recommendation to initiate a comprehensive update to the general plan. Why is now the right moment to consider a comprehensive update to the general plan? The county's 2004 general plan was designed around a 20-year planning horizon. Reaching that milestone gives us an opportunity to refresh the framework of the plan. Most jurisdictions undertake a comprehensive general plan update at or near the 20-year mark, which aligns with longstanding industry practice. Many of the plan's original assumptions have evolved as the county has grown and changed. For example, the general plan's assumption on the Auburn Dam. Community priorities have also expanded, especially on topics like wildfire resilience, economic opportunity, and housing affordability. The 5-year review has shown steady progress and highlights new opportunities to bring all of this work together in a coordinated way. A comprehensive update would help us build on that progress, align the plan with today's conditions, and support clear, consistent decision-making well into the next planning horizon. Next slide, please. Over the years, the county has updated several elements of the general plan. Those focused updates have created a solid foundation we can continue to build on. A comprehensive update would bring all of these pieces together to work as a unified framework. It does not mean starting over or replacing progress already made. The update would strengthen connections between policies, refresh older elements to align with newer ones, and ensure it reflects current conditions and priorities. This approach also supports local control and positions the county to plan confidently for future needs, from wildfire preparedness to infrastructure to economic opportunities. Overall, it's a chance to modernize and update while preserving everything that is working well. Next slide, please. Right now, we are recommending the board allow staff to initiate a comprehensive update to the general plan. Like the purpose of an ROI, serves for any zoning ordinance amendment. Upon board approval, staff would finalize a preliminary scope, initiate the request for proposals or RFP process, and release the RFP to receive formal proposals from consultants. The scope will be refined as we move forward, including determining which pieces are best handled by staff versus the consultant. We anticipate a multi-year effort with costs spread over time and supported by a mix of funding sources, including the general plan fee. Throughout the process, the board will have many opportunities to review progress and provide directions, like to start the consultant's final scope and work and budget. I wanted to address some of the public comments that we heard this morning before we get into the discussion. The first question regarding public input on a comprehensive general plan update. As a part of the draft scope of work, the staff is planning to work with consultants to conduct extensive public outreach for this effort. Community meetings, presentations to the board, presentations to community service districts and other community organizations. A lot of time and effort will be put into reaching everyone that wants to be a part of the process, and we want everyone to feel like their voice has been heard and their concerns are addressed. Next question regarding the general plan going to the voters. It's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that at least part of the reason that the current general plan went to the voters was due to litigation and delays in adopting a legally sufficient plan. As I mentioned, staff intends to conduct extensive public outreach as a part of the project, and hopefully a byproduct of that public outreach will be broad public support and buy-in of a general plan update that works for the entire county. And lastly, the comment regarding Assumption 7 and the use of LOS. Measure Y and the TC-X policies were adopted by voters and are embedded throughout the transportation and circulation element. And to my knowledge, remain legally binding until changed by the voters. The use of LOS for general plan consistency isn't unique to El Dorado County. Many counties in the state use VMT for CEQA analysis and LOS for the general plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and if I'm not able to, I believe we have some key departments and partners here with us to answer any of your topic-specific questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pitt. And I know we're going through the Tahoe El Dorado area plan right now, and I heard a lot of similar track that you're proposing here for the general plan is what we're actually doing up in the basin right now. And the public outreach has been extensive, and we've gotten good quality comments back from it. So really important, if we endeavor to do this, that that happen. So thank you. Questions, clarifying questions or comments from my colleagues? Ms. Parlin.
I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, this is huge, you guys. I don't know if you realize how big this is. And I appreciated that staff had a briefing, I think with each of us. I know I probably blew up my briefing because I had so many questions and concerns. And I guess, one of the questions I asked is, we're being told that there are new, state regulations and regulations all over the place. And then there's things that are outdated and obsolete within already. So I think what I had asked, and I appreciate that Thea picked up on where I was trying to go with this because I didn't know how to ask it. If you're going to bring our general plan to us, and I would say, based on how the last update went so well, a lot of us are not excited about this, to be quite honest. I want this to go far better. And so I had asked if there was a way that you could take the general plan and you just start red penning it, saying, this is old. We're not going to do this anymore. State law says we can't do it, so that we can see what we're talking about before we even embark on this. Like, I want to see that first. And I'd also like to see where a state law, like, when you do a Word document and there's a little arrow and a comment that says, state law says we must insert this here. I know it's a big document, but I think we deserve that before we embark. The direction here is initiate a comprehensive general plan update. Heck to the no. I want to see what we're doing and why we're doing it. And I think the public would probably agree with that. I could be totally wrong. But based on how the last one went so badly, and I'm going to say that over and over again, you guys know that, we're still reeling from it. We keep seeing new things, people apply for a permit, and then we find something like, oh, this happened in the last update. And my understanding is first we're going to do the general plan update because that's the big document. And then we'll, by necessity, have to update the zoning ordinance because as a result. So we're talking about the same thing that we just kind of wrapped up a few years ago and are still reeling from. And my understanding is we're going to be finding stuff for all eternity because of the way that last one was done. I don't want to do that ever again. That was not the best approach. So, and then Thea, you explained it to me, that would be called an audit. So in my mind, I want to see the audit first. I think we deserve that before we say, let's go change things. How much is this going to cost? Because budget, this is a huge endeavor. I know there's a general plan fee associated with things. So we do have some money, but is it enough to do this? And are we looking at doing a new EIR? Or are we going to try and stay within the one we have? Because that is a huge constraint. If we're trying to stay within what we have, I think people need to understand that up front that we're not going to be adding a bunch of stuff. We're mostly going to be cleaning things up. So that's where I'm coming from on this. I don't know if you were, I kind of alluded to those questions, I think, in our briefing. So I hope you had time to think about it for everyone. And I don't know if anybody else agrees with me or disagrees or has the same questions but this is big. So what are you thinking? Yeah, what about an audit first?
So like an interim step before we make a decision on how
Yes, so we kind of see what it is we're talking about, because if we just go, yes, go comprehensively change this, we might get back stuff we don't even want to know. So that's my thought.
There were lots of questions in
Yeah,
there.
I'll
So
try.
Yeah, I know, I'm full.
So we acknowledge that this is a big step, right? At our last 5-year, which was actually just 2 years ago. We were tasked with coming back with this type of recommendation. We interviewed each of the supervisors at that time. We sort of re-interviewed or had briefings with especially the new supervisors on board, or old and new, um, and to help us inform this recommendation today. I'll just note that as Tim mentioned in his presentation, we are viewing this as sort of similar to a resolution of intention that we are mandated to bring forward to the board anytime before we touch the zoning ordinance or amend the zoning ordinance. So this is merely not wanting to get out in front of the board, wanting to receive direction from the entire Board of Supervisors. Before you, for example, see an RFP on the streets, we want to get direction from you before. So this is just a blessing. We don't have all the answers here in front of you. We know we want to do, for example, we have a draft scope of work. We know a key component of that is going to be extensive outreach that involves you, the Planning Commission, others, but we're also wanting to get, proposals from consultants that might know this space, that do this day in and day out with other jurisdictions, and probably have better ideas maybe than staff does. And so I think we're open to that. But that's really what we're looking for, the blessing to move forward to get those proposals through an RFP process. I'll pivot there and just talk briefly about the audit. I think we have had conversations both with you and then also internally just about the audit and how that is a threshold step to this process and likely would inform our approach and maybe other pieces of the scope. And so I think we've started to brainstorm different ideas to structure a scope to allow for flexibility and to allow some of those threshold pieces. Like I think there is a piece right now, a draft task about like looking at the vision statement. Do we want to that's a threshold, that's also a threshold task, right? There are a few that I think one-on-one meetings with supervisors, again, probably another threshold task. And so I think there's ways to structure the scope that would get you what you're kind of looking for and what might make sense from a flexibility standpoint. That is the next step in this process. So once we go through the RFP process, hopefully get back some great proposals in response to the draft scope that we've prepared, we would be coming back before you with a draft scope. That won't be the first touch. We'll probably be having meetings with each of you again to talk about the process in line with our procurement and contracting team and laws and all of that. But I guess I'd just pause there.
Well, before we move off of Supervisor Parlin's questions, because we do have other supervisors that would like to chime in. One of the questions was regarding cost. And there was a comment that there was some funds set aside for this, but what are we seeing in the cost range?
Based on what we have seen from other jurisdictions that are undertaking a similar approach for their comprehensive update, just for example, Placer County, they are not including their housing element in their comprehensive general plan update, and I believe their cost estimate was around $4 million.
And that was slated to be a 5-year process. But like we were just talking about, I think, that is maybe the worst case scenario, right? Like it could be 5 to 7 years, about $5 million total. That would be, that's kind of worst case. But I think this is also the scope that we've been working with internally is sort of like rainbows, butterflies. If we could have everything we could ever want, that type of scope, because that's sort of how you start the process. And then you trim it down and slim it down. And I also think what we were just discussing about the audit and some of these threshold questions and threshold tasks would help inform the scope and maybe reduce the cost and reduce the time frame.
And you mentioned that there were permit fees that we've been collecting over the years, and that money's been set aside for this type of revision. How much money have we set aside?
Jen Morris is just messaging me now, the budget, the number, sorry. It's about, I don't know if that's accurate. That doesn't.
We can circle back to that question if you want. Supervisor, what about your other questions? Are you,
Well,
they
just-
answered?
A lot of them, of course, but I mean, I think the big one is, are we wanting to go so far as to need a new EIR? Because, do you know what I mean? That's a huge expense right there. So, and that's where I'm trying to get a feel from everyone is, are we talking about just kind of doing more cleanup and getting rid of obsolete things? Or are we really going to be changing stuff? And I don't know how we're going to know that until we get our audit. That's so I guess what I'm trying to say is I want to see this audit first so we know what we're looking at and then go from there. To me, it doesn't make any sense to go pie in the sky if we don't just take care of the fundamental stuff first. I don't know.
The general fund fee is at $572,534 approximate dollars.
So we're not doing this, are we? No,
10%.
that's not,
Not enough.
it's going to take us forever to do this.
Who would do the audit? Would it be staff or would you contract it out?
Staff would take a lead role in the audit because we are probably the most familiar and close to the general plan, goals, policies, measures, as Tim reported out in these various reports. And so, but we would want to rely on the consultant for things like state mandates, federal laws to the extent they apply, other things that they're seeing from other jurisdictions that we might want to take advantage of, their general expertise.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Veerkamp, thank you for your patience.
Yep, that's fine. I totally agree with Supervisor Parlin. I am not looking for a major process here. I mean, the word comprehensive, I think, throws you into a whole other category.
Yeah, maybe
$5
that's
million
it.
category. What I like is the audit, and staff can determine where we need to go. What was the old saying? Don't waste a good EIR. That was a complicated, whether
Yeah.
it's good or bad, I don't know, but we're not going to waste it. And I think we can do a lot of work within that EIR, make any minor modifications that we need to do that we've not even put in place from when the general plan was adopted, and then continue to operate. The market drives our local economy and what gets done and what what doesn't get done, the market in the state. So we do have some very narrow parameters. We just have to have the door open a little bit and a way to get there. And even then, we're complicated by Measure E and Measure Y and other components that other counties aren't. So we just have to make sure we've got those things in the general plan, and then any new state updates or what is where we need to target, keeping, in my opinion, the costs down as far as we can. And just like the discussion that we had, it is a general guiding document, and it is going to be fluid. And this is an opportunity to fix some, in my opinion, hopefully minor things and
Yeah,
move on.
that's my thinking too.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to know, can't we just go through like the general plan measures completed, they talk about that, but let's go back to public safety and noise element update. Can we just go through it and maybe tweak it a little bit? And maybe when it comes to our affordable housing, especially, there is no affordable housing because the cost of everything has gone through the roof. And then you also have the high fire severity zones. The map, I voted against it because the reason why now Grizzly Flat went from zone 4 to zone 10. That increased through the fair plan another $3,000 to $4,000 per resident that are on the fair plan in Grizzly Flat. I think that we need to, instead of completely overhaul it, can't we just go back through and look at different things and maybe we could bring it to our attentions and maybe kind of tweak it a little bit? Can we do that, Karen, or no? I know you're up, just asking.
Yeah, so, part of the presentation today was the annual update and the 5-year review.
Right.
And that is saying, hey, here's what we've done, here's what we've completed, here's what we still have to do. This is what we're talking about is sort of taking it a step further than that, because we know we're coming to the end of the life cycle of the general plan. And, every time we're up here with a project, there's questions come up about general plan policy and comments are made about the age of the general plan, age of the EIR that goes along with it. So, and again, as Thea pointed out, based on direction when we were here 2 years ago, it was, hey, take a deeper dive into what an update looks like. We have done the individual elements, safety plan, and more recently, the open space. We can do that with some of the other elements. However, the two biggies, land use and circulation, are kind of a whole different beast than updating just a safety element or one of the others. Even though all those elements work together, those are the biggies. If you start touching the land use element, it almost certainly triggers having to do an EIR. There's just no way around that because you are making significant changes by looking at land use and making adjustments. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Again, like everything else, we need to update that. And yes, it is very expensive, but it is good to have, the fresher your EIR is, that is done, the more it's going to address things that have come up along the way. So a good example is greenhouse gas was not a thing when we did the environmental impact report at the last general plan update. So every project that comes in has to do some significant analysis of that for that reason. So that's sort of the benefits. I think what you're saying as far as doing an audit, yeah, that is step one. That's what we need to do. And I think that will show you that exactly where we sort of need to land in terms of scope. It'll inform the scope. I think the way we have it set up, and we can certainly change this, is we're making assumptions that, yeah, we're going to do an audit and it's going to say move forward in some way, shape, or form, and here's the additional steps. What Thea was talking about, flexibility is, yeah, that first step, that audit is really going to inform exactly what the rest of it's going to look like. Is it going to be, we really have to do a comprehensive update to this element, but this element, maybe not so much. Maybe these things are still valid and these things are not. So totally agree, and staff's on board with doing an audit that really will inform more of exactly how comprehensive or maybe semi-comprehensive general plan update will be. But in order to do that, again, staff would be the lead role. We as staff, we're the ones dealing with it every day. We know where the sticking points are. We know where we have trouble at times with, our elements working together. But it is also a big project. The audit in and of itself is a big project that we do need some assistance on. So perhaps what we can do is bring forward just a scope and what that might look like and really focus on the audit part. And we probably will still look out ahead of beyond the audit of what that may look like. So you have in your mind, all right, when we get through this audit, here would be steps 2 through 20. but really focus on the audit, bring back the scope, and then get your feedback on that. And then if that looks good or we need to do a little more tweaking, then we can put together an RFP and what that looks like.
I think that's super helpful to frame it that way. So is that kind of the direction we would give then, rather than this big?
Sorry, just one quick
open
little
statement?
sorry, just one quick little thing to add to what Karen said. I think she's right on. Our housing element is expiring in 2029, and believe it or not, although we're still working on implementing the measures in that in our current housing element, we do have to start the procurement and contracting process now. The reason why is because consultants get picked up and the cost goes up. And so we will be looking at our housing element. We have to in order to comply with state law. And so that is one thing that I would like to and as Karen noted, once you start tweaking one element, it starts to impact others. Just for example, based on state law, once you update the housing element, you have to update the safety element. We just updated the safety element. It feels like yesterday some days. But we are envisioning a light touch on the safety element because we just recently updated that. But that is one, key example of once you start tweaking one element, you end up kind of tweaking the whole. I'd also note that just to distinguish from maybe the TGPA ZOU, which is the other update effort that is being referred to or inferred about. I know a lot of folks that work at planning and building were not around when that was done. We deal with impacts from that process. I would just distinguish that process from what we're trying to accomplish here. We are doing an audit. We want to take a comprehensive look at our general plan, see what's working, see what's outdated. I think the targeted effort was targeted on just a few of the key elements and very, very targeted. This is hoping to avoid some of the pitfalls that maybe previous staff fell into.
Yeah, no, I get that and I appreciate it. I agree with Supervisor Veerkamp. The word comprehensive, because the targeted one, wow. Right. And so talking about a comprehensive one, oh my gosh. So
we could be saying new.
Yeah. So I do like the thought of, and can we frame that in a direction to start with an audit, to frame the scope kind of thing, to bring it back in that way so that we can see. I think it would be really nice if everybody, the board and the public, could see this along the way, how it's gonna unfold, and maybe along the way it could change too as we go. But is that making sense to you, Chair? You wrote something? Oh, you're
worked on a motion.
You're so awesome.
When it comes time.
Okay.
Supervisor Veerkamp?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that 1097 is in the works. There's other housing state initiatives in the works.
Yeah.
And the state has got to realize that one size does not fit all.
Yeah.
And these rural counties, like Tahoe as well, have assets and they're resource poor. And I don't mean that. I just mean due to topography and due to the beautiful assets we have, you can't build everything they think that we should build. So somewhere along the line too, there's got to be some push. And I think there'll be some of that moving forward. But in the meantime, I understand we've got to prepare. And when we don't, we get SB 35 in areas that in my mind don't fit because they create a public safety issue. So it's complicated, but I think we got to start again where we're headed with this audit review and just be cautious of what's going on around us, because there's CalCog, SACOG, for once they're aligning and starting to say, we can't do this in some of these areas. We don't have the roadway infrastructure. We're never going to have the roadway infrastructure to facilitate what the state thinks we can do. And we're not going to have the transit and, on and on and on. So, yeah,
I just wanted to kick back on what Brian's thinking, and it's right, the infrastructure. And I've spoke many times, the infrastructure should be put in place prior to any of these developments being done, because then we play catch up all the time. And especially this SB 35, it's supposed to be in walkable zones. What do you call walkable zones? You know what I mean? Yeah. It was meant for urban areas, not rural areas.
Supervisor Parlin?
Yeah, I did read through all the documents. I made a huge list of things, which I don't think we want to go through today, so we'll follow up, I'm sure. But like, I'm just going to throw one out for you guys just to consider is like, in document C, it talks about moving the fair away from the fairgrounds as a goal of the general plan. It's like, do we want to get rid of that? Or is that something we really, there's things in there. There's actually several things like that I think we need to have a reality check on some of them and either say we're really going to do them or really get rid of them. And then in the E document, what was that one? I just wrote notes as I'm thinking, just so you know how my brain works. The housing element progress report. The ADUs were doing pretty good compared to the past, correct? And so, I want to see if we can somehow figure out our thinking. My recollection in the past was that ADUs were going to become more and more a type of affordable housing in our county specifically because we tend to have, larger parcel sizes and so it also allows for us as everybody keeps saying, we want to be able to take care of our family. Well, that I'm hearing that a lot when I go to other meetings in the region is, the older folks are living in this house. They having a hard time taking care of it. So ADU on the property, the older, the parents move into the ADU so that the kids can come in and into the bigger house and take care of it. And, this generational stuff is what I hear a lot, at least, I think Leo said it earlier about, taking care of family and stuff. So, and I know that the staff created I gotta be careful with my words. It's pre-checked, pre-reviewed, have to use the right word, ADU designs, to help with some of that streamlining. So I don't know if the ADUs are being counted as much as we thought they were going to be in the housing element, but that's another, type of housing that I know for the past over a decade, I remember conversations where we really thought that was going to take off better in our county. So, and it feels like it's starting to. And I don't know if those pre-reviewed designs helped or not. And then another thing I noticed in document F was we talk a lot when we get into it about the jobs to housing ratio. We've had some really heated discussions over the past few years about that number and those projections. And ours is I guess it said ours is 0.75 to 1, and our goal is 1.5 to 1. So that's a mind-blowing number. And I'm trying to understand, is our goal realistic? And we all acknowledge, so I'm not saying anything out of line, that we have an older population in our county. Does a housing to jobs ratio account for the fact that we have more senior citizens that really aren't working? Is that jobs to housing ratio realistic? I don't know. I haven't seen anything to talk about that, but maybe our goal isn't correct given our population. But I know we want to look into the future. So this is all very confusing stuff because I'm going to throw another thing at you all. And I mentioned it before, but there is a really well-renowned demographer that was a keynote speaker at a conference I was at, and he laid it out. It was a little bit terrifying, actually, but he laid out our population growth, our numbers, not just our county, I'm talking like in the region. And so, again, I wonder, who are we trying to build houses for? Who's coming? I appreciate the other day the board supported putting that, local residency application process, because again, we keep hearing that we want to help our local residents. But some of the things that we build seem to attract people from out of the area. Is that what we want to keep doing? So there's just a lot going on, and who's coming. The chart showed our population really isn't going to be growing. So are there things we can do to help our younger local family members, get into their first homes? I think there's programs out there. So there's just a lot to explore. And I think none of those things need a new EIR. So there you go.
If I could, just real quick, all of those things that you mentioned, they all stem from implementation measures. Implementation measures stem from policies, policies stem from goals, and all of those come from the general plan. In order to update all of those, in order to modernize, which is exactly what you're talking about,
Right.
That's just something you have to kind of keep in mind.
So that would be with the audit.
That would come through the audit, and it would also come through the rest of the process should you choose to go that direction.
And I'm going to say it a little bit different way, but Tim is right on. I actually really appreciate this conversation because it's really what the general plan ultimately, if we do a comprehensive or semi-comprehensive or a little comprehensive update, whatever we title it, it has to be based on these ideas. We've talked about, as we've had these conversations about the general plan, that so much has changed in 20 years that even the way the general plan is used the way the state looks at it is very different. And so I think what we've talked about is if we were to, if we had to start from scratch, or if we do an update, we're going to take a very practical look and really look at all these things that you were just talking about. We talked about before too, about how the county, fire is a much bigger deal, and evacuation and all those things really are a big item that informs the whole general plan. But we've got to take these philosophies and turn them into or update existing policies, right? That is the tricky part. And it is overwhelming. It's a lot. It's because it's everything, right? The general plan touches every part of the county. So, it is a big task, but again, I do appreciate these conversations because that helps us as we move forward, both in the audit and then say we decide, yep, we're going to do some sort of update to our general plan. We have to start with those basic philosophies. We have to start with what is most important to this county so that everything can inform what we determine is important. I'll just give one example that we've dealt with, and we've brought this up before, where we put together housing element and we put timelines on when we're going to get these things done. And I'll tell you, every time you put together something like the housing element or even the general plan, when you're looking out 20 years, you're thinking, it's not going to take 20 years to do all these things. We can get this done in, 5 years, 8 years, 10 years. And so you tend to be very, I guess, you tend to be very bold in your timelines and think, yeah, we're going to get this done. And then before you know it, 8 years has gone by, 10 years has gone by, and you are still, like we just showed, are still working on some, although we have done most of the, worked on most of the things in the general plan. There's only a handful that we haven't touched. But we have to be careful about that because the state is now looking at the timelines that we are putting, particularly with the housing element, and saying, hey, wait a minute, we're not so sure we want to give you this grant funding unless you are up to date and or where you said you were going to be at with your housing policies. Well, if I'd known that back when we did the last housing element update that it was going to be used in that way, I would have probably pushed some of those timelines out. But knowing that, going forward, we're going to be much more practical in our approach on general plan policies and timing and making sure that we really focus in on what is important. There's always things that are nice to do's and sound great, but whether they're practical, I think that's probably the word that's going to come up time and time again. Is this practical for El Dorado County?
Okay. Other comments or questions?
I'd love to hear what you wrote down as a motion. What do you
Okay,
got?
let me throw that out there, but let me also clarify, you are looking today perhaps for direction on starting the housing element piece as well?
Yes, I would like that definitely included in the proposal today, just given that our housing element, like I mentioned, expires in 2029. We are still working diligently to implement the housing element, but as I mentioned, if we don't try to kick off the RFP process at this time, I'm afraid we will lose out on potential consultants and the costs will go up. And so we are we do need to update our housing element.
Okay, because I put that in here. So there's
Awesome.
3 pieces to this. So this would be my proposal: direct staff to initiate an initial audit to identify changing conditions with state and federal, and consider modernizing a general plan update for El Dorado County, and direct staff to begin the process of updating our housing element. So there's 3 pieces to that. Did I miss anything?
Does that work?
I would, what did you say after the audit? I'm just fearful that it's a little too narrow because I think we would want to do a full audit, not just of, legal updates and new legal mandates, but to take a fresh look at things like, for example, I believe there's a policy or goal or implementation measure on the fairgrounds.
Yeah.
And like things that are no longer relevant or practical.
So I think that for this one, if I could ask him to put a note up, because I think that when we do this without seeing it, that's when we always regret it. And I don't want to regret this one. So sorry, Kim, I didn't give you a heads up on that.
And
Or,
perhaps I could read some language. Sorry, I didn't
Sure.
mean to
Yeah.
interrupt. Sure.
yeah. This is too big to wing it. I love when it does that. It's so cool.
Read it again. I think you've got to change. to it,
Right.
too.
To identify changing conditions at the state and federal level. And then it was suggested, I didn't say this the first time, and other updates, comma, direct staff to initiate a modernizing general plan update. Initiate. Yeah. General plan update. And then Theo, you can correct this once it gets up there, okay?
Yeah.
And direct staff to begin the process of updating our housing element. Updating process, yeah, to begin the process of updating our housing element.
Okay, Thea, fix it. No.
Yeah,
Because I
fix it.
know you have concerns about the way it's written.
I like an initial audit. I'm just worried about capping it at state and federal level because that doesn't take into account local, count what's going on in our county.
How about if we just say government regulations?
That would be.
Does that include everybody instead of state and federal? Conditions.
At the local,
Identify
state, and
change.
federal level.
Perhaps you could just say changed conditions and assumptions.
Yeah, this is. It's hard.
I'm waiting for Rob. He's thinking. Change conditions and assumptions is what you said?
The way I have it in the draft scope, the language that I have is conduct a detailed evaluation of the county's existing general plan, which includes all amendments and updates for its strengths and weaknesses and the efficiency and effectiveness of its goals, policies, and measures in the form of an audit report.
And then add the housing element directive.
That would be in addition to the audit, I believe.
I know, can you send
Yes, I was just thinking that.
it, just send it to. So all of that would
The one
be,
difference that I was trying to get in there, and I don't know, Ms. Grable, if it's in the motion that that we're gonna put up and look at just a second, but I was trying to leave some wiggle room in between receiving the audit and then considering directing staff to do a modernization of our general plan, right? I was separating them, so, because we may decide after the audit, maybe we don't want to go down that path.
that's a good point.
If I may, because I'm with you, and I think that second part of the motion, the modernization, is where I was getting hung up because it did seem in conflict with what I was hearing from the board.
Yeah,
I had
consider.
understood, and frankly, maybe you just want perform the audit and return with the results of that,
Right.
that report to the board for further direction. Because I thought that's what the path you were headed down, and you weren't maybe quite willing today, other than the housing element, to
Right.
provide direction to commence the update process.
Yeah, I left out the word consider, so we'll all still get back to the same thing.
Same version. Audit. So then we need to put and then what, right, after this sentence, like, so it needs to say, direct staff to perform a detailed evaluation, blah, 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 blah. And then bring it back to the board, bring that report back to the board for consideration or something, right? Is that right? That's really what you're trying to say, is bring it back for us to consider it and decide what's next.
Yeah, and to county council's point, you don't even really need to say that, it puts us there.
Well, they could just do a report and leave it on a shelf somewhere, I guess, but bring it back to the board.
Yeah.
We don't want it on a shelf. And then you need the
Housing element.
needs to be a separate one.
Direct staff to begin the process.
I just want to identify that staff is going to have to, because as I mentioned, once you touch the housing element,
Yep.
you start to need to tweak other elements because it impacts other things like transportation, roadways. And so I think staff is just going to have to think about how 4 and 5 correlate internally. It's just something that I wanted to identify.
Right, and I think we would expect that. It's not like it's a minor element.
And I assume that the contract for that will have to come back to the board, so you can have that discussion then with the results of the RFP, and you can talk further about how that scope might have been expanded based on what you found.
Exactly, yes.
Okay. Does that work for everyone?
Works.
Is that your motion, ma'am?
That would be my motion, sir.
Second. Good job.
Very good.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Motion
Okay.
passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
work.
thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
discussion.
Do we want to take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and do some work with Environmental Management Department?
Sounds good.
Okay. Let's come back at, is 3:10 too long? Do you want to come back at 3:05? 3:05, okay.
The room is unmuted.
Okay, thank you. We are back from a short break. We have left on our agenda under department matters 4 items, all involving environmental management. So I would like it if the clerk of the board could first read in item number 45.
Item 45 comes from Environmental Management Department, recommending the board, 1, provide conceptual approval to amend Ordinance 5083, regulating bear-proof waste and recycling storage to remove outdated provisions, consolidate enforcement under Ordinance 5067 and 5174, and make other minor revisions as needed. 2, provide direction to staff on any additional amendments to the ordinance. And 3, direct staff to return with a presentation outlining recommendations to standardize requirements across collection systems.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome our Director of Environmental Management Department, Jeff Warren. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Just to clarify, are we doing all 3 items at the same time?
Well, we have to read each one into the record, or we have to read 44 and 43
Okay.
in now, if
Okay.
you want to do it that way.
Perfect. So
How would you like to do it?
I can go through each summary of each item of what we're asking for, and then I'll pause. Do you want to do that and then take?
Well, we can't take action on the item until we read the item into the record, so.
Gotcha. Okay.
Can we take them one at a time, or do they need to be heard as a group? Because we can easily read in 44 and 43.
It's up to your.
Would you prefer
direction.
that?
I have everything here as a summary to go through each one to help it flow.
Okay,
If you'd like
let's
to.
read.
It's your
Do 'em one at a
direction,
time.
Madam Chair.
No, let's go ahead and read in item 44, and then we'll read in item 43, and we'll take them all together.
Thank you.
Item 44 is from Environmental Management, recommending the board, 1, provide conceptual approval to amend Ordinance 5033, regulating construction and demolition debris to remove outdated provisions, consolidate enforcement under ordinances 5067 and 5174, and make other minor revisions as needed. 2, provide direction to staff on any additional amendments to the ordinance. And 3, direct staff to return with a presentation outlining recommended revisions to the ordinance and options for simplifying compliance. Item number 43 also comes from Environmental Management Department, recommending the board, 1, provide conceptual approval to amend Ordinance 1997, regulating solid waste, consolidation of enforcement under ordinances 5067 and 5174, and other minor revisions. 2, provide direction to staff on any additional amendments to the ordinance. And 3, direct staff to return with a presentation outlining recommendations to address expansion of mandatory collection.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Take it over.
Good afternoon, Board. Jeff Warren, Director for Environmental Management. Staff is recommending updates to the 3 ordinances, the bear-proof containers, the C&D recycling, and solid waste management to modernize requirements, simplify the processes, and improve consistency, and to address service needs in the Tahoma Meeks Bay area. The key goals include reducing wildlife conflicts, streamlining C&D compliance, improving organic waste handling, and considering mandatory collection service in Tahoma Meeks Bay to reduce the illegal dumping and stabilize the rates. Item 45 for the bear-proof container ordinance was adopted in 2018 and contains outdated and inconsistent requirements. The recommended updates from staff is to standardize the bear-proof storage requirements across all collection systems, apply requirements in both franchise service areas, moving enforcement under Chapter 9.02, update the definitions to reflect modern bear-proof systems, require bear-proof systems for new construction, remodels, VHRs, and properties with bear access issues, and to allow flexibility in choosing approved systems without a mandatory compliance deadline. With item 44 for the construction and demolition, the C&D recycling ordinance, this was adopted in 2016, has become overly complex. The recommended updates that staff have recommended is to simplify compliance and align with state law, require projects generating more than 1,000 pounds of waste to recycle at least 65%, remove outdated forms and reporting requirements, eliminate the C&D permit fees, shift from pre-permit review to verification and enforcement, maintain exemptions for unusual cases such as fire damage or asbestos contamination. Item 43 for the solid waste management ordinance. This ordinance has not been comprehensively updated since 1997. Our focus areas are organic waste management, which will be removing the plastic bag exemptions and require approved paper or compostable bags. Enforcement consistency, we would also consolidate enforcement under Chapter 9.02. And mandatory collection for the Toma Meeks Bay. Staff recommends considering the mandatory collection in this area to improve service reliability, reduce illegal dumping, and support wildlife protection. In support of the mandatory collection, Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal, our franchisee, has forgone rate increases in 2025 and 2026 to support this transition. The benefits of mandatory collection with new enhanced services, there'll be universal access to service, reduced illegal dumping, fewer wildlife attractants, access to defensible space programs and potential bulky item pickups, and more stable rates across the customer base. And in our initial talks with TTSD, they're estimating that the current baseline rate of $38.44 could possibly go down to $35.60 with this estimated expanded services. If the board directs staff to proceed, environmental management and TTSD will notify the current and potential customers. And also if passed, we should project the first reading of the ordinance to be on May 12th up in the Tahoe board meeting. That puts us in a location that's more appropriate for the residents up there to hear and have their input heard. If you have any further questions, I do have my supervisor for solid waste, Timothy Engel, here to answer any more detailed questions.
Thank you for your presentation. As the representative representing District 5, of which Tahoma and Meeks Bay are the furthest north of the district, I want to thank you for involving me at many opportunities along the way to getting to where we are today. So I'm quite comfortable with the direction that you're heading and the reasons why. But I'm sure my board members might have questions or might not.
No.
Mike, please.
I would move items 45, 44, and 43 for approval.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? I have a test for you guys to see if you really read this. I have a test.
Okay.
You're not included in the test.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, how easy was that?
Motion passes 5-0.
Told you we saved the best for last. All right, so we still have one more item with environmental management, and that's item number 42, unpermitted roadside vendors. Ms. Dawson, will you please read this item into the report?
Item 42 comes from Environmental Management Department recommending the board, 1, receive and file a presentation regarding unpermitted roadside food vendor activity in El Dorado County, and 2, provide direction to staff on any additional enforcement activities, including conceptual approval to revise ordinance 3642 to address unpermitted roadside vending and recent California Senate bills.
Excellent, welcome back.
Thank you. This is the one item I'm pretty proud to say that I'm not here for a rate increase, anything with garbage. So it's something. So good afternoon, board. Jeff Warren, Director of Environmental Management. Today, we'll be giving you an update on unpermitted food vendors and our approach for gaining compliance. Before I get started, I want to introduce 2 of my staff who've been working on the coordination of unpermitted vendors. Got Brian Viverberg is a supervisor for Consumer Protection Team, oversees the inspection staff, has played an integral part of the coordinating of inspection staff and working with the sheriff and code enforcement. Kamisha Nichols is my manager for the environmental health program and was instrumental in spearheading the task force and development of the online complaint reporting system with county IT. Together, they'll share what EMD and our partners have done over the past year to address unpermitted vendors. Over the past year, we've seen a significant influx of unpermitted vendors, not only in El Dorado County, but statewide. This may be due to the Senate Bill 946 for sidewalk vending and Senate Bill 972 for compact mobile food operations. The unpermitted roadside vendors operate without health department approval and inspection, often from makeshift tables, push carts, or vehicle trunks. These operations typically lack potable water, toilets, hand washing facilities, disposal, refrigeration, approved food sources, and sanitary conditions, which create an elevated risk of foodborne illness and environmental nuisances. And with that said, I'm going to turn over to staff for our presentation, and we'll bring it back for any kind of questions and further action.
Good afternoon, board.
afternoon.
My name is Kamisha Nichols, and I am the manager for Environmental Health Division. I've been working for the department for 3 years, and it's an honor to be here today alongside Brian and Jeff to go over some bills and impacts that are associated with unpermitted vendors. Go back one slide. All right. So today we're going to talk about a couple of the bills. So SB 946 was passed in 2018. This bill decriminalized sidewalk vending statewide by dismissing criminal prosecutions pertaining to sidewalk vending. It also limits local regulation to the objective of health, safety, and welfare concerns via time, place, and manner rules. It does restrict sidewalk vendors from the vicinity of certified farmers markets and temporary events. While SB 946 governs sidewalk vending statewide, El Dorado County has a rural environment that generally lacks traditional sidewalks or pedestrian paths where vending would occur. Instead, unpermitted vendors in the county typically operate alongside road shoulders, highway pullouts, and private property. These locations do not meet the statutory definition of a sidewalk under this SB 946. Therefore, vendors are not protected by SB 946 provisions. Local enforcement authority remains intact under the El Dorado County Ordinance Code and the California Retail Food Code, which requires business licenses, health permits, and compliance with food safety standards. Now, SB 972 is the Compact Mobile Food Operations, and that went into effect in January of 2023. This basically updated the Retail Food Code to create a compact mobile food operation, which basically requires that compact mobile foods actually get permitted, and it lessens some of the rules for compact mobile foods. So now a compact mobile food operation is defined as a mobile food facility that can operate from an individual, a push cart, a stand, a display, a bike that's driven, pedal cart, a wagon, a showcase, a rack, and other non-motorized conveyances. So like recently we had a compact mobile that was set up on the side of the road selling bread. And so that's something that they can actually do now with the new law that's been put in place. There is an exemption for some compact mobile foods where if they're less than 25 square feet and they're selling non-potentially hazardous foods, that's also known as like shelf-stable foods. They are not required by Cal Code to obtain a permit. However, EMD requires that they do register with us, so we can keep track of them in case there's like a foodborne illness or something like that. This code also requires that there is warewashing sink and a hand wash sink, and there's restroom agreements in place for these type of vendors who are conducting limited prep. And we'll get into that a little bit later. Also, there's this law provides provisions for cottage food operators, and those are operators who make prepackaged goods from home to have up to 2 carts stored at their homes. And all of this is regulated by EMD. And then lastly, we have SB 635 that just recently passed in October of 2025. And this law sets some of the enforcement activities when addressing sidewalk vendors. So it basically clarifies that sidewalk vending enforcement can't be used for immigration status or to check immigration status. It establishes what can be shared, like what information that a local agency can share with other agencies that are involved. It also requires these compact mobile foods to get the necessary permits. So whether it's a environmental health permit or a business license and some of the other permits that they may need. The other thing about this bill is that the violations of this law will only result in administrative fines. Previously, it could have been perceived as a misdemeanor. All right, next slide. As we address some of the unpermitted vendors, there are several impacts that customers, residents, and the county may encounter. From unpermitted vendors, there can be an increase in risk in foodborne illness. There's also a loss of revenue to the county and local restaurants. Additionally, these vendors contribute to traffic hazards, being on the side of the road late at night. At this time, I'll turn it over to Brian.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Brian Viverberg. I'm with Environmental.
There you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. My name is Brian Viverberg. I'm with Environmental Management, and I'm here to show you some of what we're seeing out in the field. And if you have questions anytime during this presentation, feel free to stop me and ask. So the first thing I'll start with is just types of violations that we see. All these unpermitted vendors they're operating without a valid health permit from our department. There are health-related violations like unsafe food temperatures, no hand washing, no restrooms. We don't know where their food's coming from. And then there are other types of violations like operating without a business license, operating in county right-of-ways, no license plates on vehicles. It's pretty much anything goes. So for our investigation complaint, we start our investigation process. We start with a complaint that we get. We visit the site and see if any vendors there. One of the challenges with that is they're not always there when we go out. So when that happens, we keep conducting site visits until we find them. And we also notify the property owners, and as I'll show you later, we work with them to stop the unpermitted vending on their properties. So this is a picture that highlights inadequate sanitation. I mean, it looks gross, but to describe it more, it's a cooler with no ice in, and it's full of bags of uncooked meat. We don't know how long they've been there. That's something typical that we find on our inspections. Here's another photo. This is from Duroc Road in Ponderosa, one of our most common sites for receiving complaints. What you have on the left is El Pastor meat. It's just a pile of pork, typically on a spit that's roasted. If you look at the top of the picture, it's raw meat. The cooked meat's down below. So what happens is the raw meat drips onto the cooked meat. It's served to customers, and customers can get sick. You'll see it's being prepared in a dirt lot. It's not sanitary, and we don't know where this pork is coming from. It's not from a grocery store. It's just in unmarked containers. Okay, so here's another picture just highlighting the unknown food source. This is something we typically find. The only thing I could really identify from this is an onion in the middle of the pan. And again, the vendors are adding raw meat into cooked meat and serving it into the food for the customers. So we call that cross-contamination, and it's a high risk for foodborne illness. So the El Pastor pork has specific hazards to it. One I spoke to already, the raw meat juices going on to cooked meat. But with that comes bacteria such as salmonella, parasites such as pork tapeworms, and there's also other things you might not think of, such as unapproved equipment. We frequently find tools that are intended for a drywall, like drywall spacklers being used on grills, and all kinds of inventive things that are not approved for food use. This photo is taken from Missouri Flat Road, and I just want to highlight some of the roadside hazards. It's at nighttime on a busy road, and customers are lining up closer to, they're lining up on the Missouri Flat Road side. So they're at risk of being hit by a car. There's no designated parking, and there are a lot of traffic hazards there. Another type of vendor you might see is the cart with a rainbow umbrella. If you see one of those throughout the county, it is almost guaranteed to be an unpermitted fruit vendor. And so, although it's a cart, it doesn't have hand washing, there's no restrooms, there's no mechanical refrigeration, and there are several things like sauces and other items that have to be refrigerated that aren't. And sometimes the question comes up of, can we ever permit these carts? And as they're built, we can't. They're typically homemade, and there's no way to convert it into something that could be used and permitted. So this type of unpermitted vendor is the full restaurant, and that's what we've really seen an increase in recently, specifically in 2025. So to describe this, it's another full kitchen. All those grills that you see are homemade. They're not commercial equipment. You might see an item with a red handle. That's I don't know if I have a laser pointer on here, but that's the drywall spackler that we find. They're storing food on the ground. So there's a high risk of foodborne illness, usually large crowds of customers. There are fire hazards, and they'll typically have ads on Facebook or other social media to let people know they're there, so that people know what nights to visit. And then finally, it's typically all done from a van. So the grill, the tent, the food, tables, all of that is fit into a van. So you might have a situation where you have a generator that runs on gasoline. You might have propane tanks, food in cardboard boxes, all stuffed into a van, and it's easy to take it from one location to another. To get into some statistics, we checked complaints that we've received from 2023 through December 2025. And the orange color is on the west slope. The darker orange color is for South Lake Tahoe specifically. And there is a seasonal component to the complaints. So right now we're starting to receive more complaints and see more vendors out that we're closing. That hasn't quite started yet for South Lake Tahoe, but it will soon. And one difference between South Lake Tahoe and the West Slope is once it gets to the later months in the year, there are no vendors that typically are operating in South Lake Tahoe, but there might be a few on the West Slope throughout the year. So we did a study on fiscal impacts for 2025. We tallied a total of 115 staff hours at an approximate overtime cost of $11,640. A permit fee revenue lost was estimated at $13,692. One correction on this slide, the 68 complaints, that is between 2023 and 2025. But in 2025 alone, we received 50 complaints. So that just shows you how much things are increasing recently. So our estimated total fiscal impact is $25,000. And there's also a additional revenue lost for no business license and lost sales tax. Looking at complaints by location, Each square represents a certain location. This is on the west slope. So we have 3 spots, and you probably all know them, where we get the most complaints. That is Missouri Flat Road, Duroc Road, and South Shingle Road, and then White Rock Road, which I was just at last Friday for a complaint. The rest can be scattered throughout the county, but those 3 sites have lots of traffic, high visibility, and easy parking. And so they're popular for unpermitted vendors to set up at. There's a similar pattern for South Lake Tahoe, where there are 3 spots that are, pardon me, I can't quite read the writing I have on here, but Blackwood and Spruce, the TJ Maxx parking lot, and Bijou Center are the 3 most common areas where we receive complaints in South Lake Tahoe. So we have several different tools we can use. Our laws are the California Retail Food Code and our El Dorado County Environmental Health Permit Ordinance. We have several enforcement options, such as immediate closure, impoundment of food equipment, fines, and referral to the district attorney. But another tool is coordination. And so we coordinate a lot with the agriculture department, especially for whole fruit vendors, code enforcement, and we also work closely with EDSO for civil standby when needed. So when we are out on the weekends at sites, we've talked to customers, and here are some of the things that we've learned, because we just want to know who are the customers, how come they're there. Most of the people just didn't know that the vendors were unpermitted. Other people drove from quite a ways away because there were no open restaurants in their area where they lived. Food prices were generally lower at the unpermitted vendors. Some people enjoyed the buying street food. And 5th, it's just a convenient location. Speaking more on coordination, this is one property near Ponderosa and South Shingle Road where we coordinated with the property owner. It was one of the sites where vendors would set up each weekend. And after working with the property owner, they agreed to put up a fence and no vending signs. And that really helped cut down on vendors operating on that parcel. However, they are creative and they moved into the park and ride that's next to the fenced off parcel. So now I'm going to turn it back to Kamisha to speak to some of the interagency coordination.
Thank you, Brian. So in March of 2025, EMD launched our first task force group meeting that included several county and city representatives, and they're here on the screen. We all came together to discuss a collaborative approach for addressing unpermitted vendors throughout the county. We started to see a significant increase in unpermitted vendor activity, and as Brian discussed, decided to work together to determine how we could reduce the duplication of work and work on developing some tools. So as a result, we created the Universal Unpermitted Vendor Inspection Form. With the help of IT, we also are in the process of developing an online complaint portal for all the jurisdictions to access. And then our goal is to get CHP and fire also involved, especially for those open flame grills that we see out there. So here on the screen is a copy of our unpermitted vendor notice of violation inspection report that we actually use in the field. It's a compilation of the county codes and city codes that are applicable to unpermitted vendors. So far, this document has been used by environmental management, EDSO, county code enforcement, and the city of Placerville. the task force alongside with the county IT, we created this online portal for unpermitted vendors. And this is basically for all agencies that I shared with you prior to track unpermitted vendors in one location. This gives us the ability to track the enforcement that we have been doing. It also tracks the number of complaints and trends year after year. It is currently in the testing phase, and there will be a link distributed to all of our agency partners to post on their websites. EMD and IT will be responsible for maintaining the website and providing data either quarterly or annually in the future. Okay, turn it back over to you. Now I'll turn it back over to Brian.
And I'll turn my mic on this time. Okay, so I just wanted to share a success story where we coordinated with the city of Placerville, specifically on their Christmas parade. In 2024, they had a lot of issues with unpermitted vendors along their parade route. I think they said they had 15 to 20. And so they asked for us to assist them in the 2025 Christmas parade. So we met with the City of Placerville Police Department, and on the day of the parade, walked the parade route with them. And we did issue closures to unpermitted vendors, and a lot of them just left as soon as they saw that we were doing that. So that's one success story where we coordinated with City of Placerville to reduce the unpermitted vendors. This is what we actually saw. On the left is a box of hot dogs, cardboard, dirty old cardboard box. Who knows how long they've been in there. In the middle is one of the carts that we impounded. They're pretty small and easy to push around. And then on the right is our truck that we use to impound equipment. So I would like to just specifically mention the assistance from the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. We really appreciate their help with some of these unpermitted vendor sites because we don't know who we're working with. Sometimes we're there at night. Last Friday, I requested a civil standby because I went to White Rock Road and Vine Street by Town Center, issued a closure notice to a vendor, and they just sat there for a half an hour. So I felt like I needed a little more push. The sheriff came out for a civil standby, I impounded their food, and they left. So it just is really helpful to have and makes me feel safer when I'm doing my work. And then finally, another success story is vendors who are already permitted in Sacramento County. Sometimes they come up to El Dorado County to work and they don't have permits. This one was noticed by Kevin Hart. He's really out on the weekends and evenings and has found a lot of these unpermitted vendors. But we have had success permitting vendors who are already permitted in other counties. And then finally, just a couple quotes I'll end with people who are at the Christmas parade. I'm glad you're out here. Last year, my friend bought food from one of these vendors and was sick. And then, like I mentioned before, I thought that these vendors had permits to sell food. So thank you for hearing our presentation today. We appreciate it. And if you have any questions, we can answer those now.
Okay, thank you both for that presentation. We'll start with Supervisor Tarubu, please.
Yeah, talking about Missouri Flat Road because it's been a common practice for them to set up there. Jeff, do we impound besides the food and their equipment, also their vehicle?
We do not have the authority to do the vehicle.
Okay,
We just,
I'm
only the
just
equipment.
curious, because they're hauling them now with U-Hauls, so that's why I was asking.
There would be some limitations with what we can and what we can't do. We want to explore all the avenues to see what can be done. As staff have said, it becomes difficult when we go out, as Brian mentioned, you're by yourself or if you got someone else, there's a lack of respect from the vendors above our authority. However, if someone has, a code enforcement or a PD officer comes by with a badge and everything, the tone changes.
Right.
And we've had conversations with them of like, what can we do next with the vehicle code? There's this, it's not really directly related to the sales.
Right.
The county has a road vending ordinance under, I believe it's under the DOT section, under Chapter 10, but that only addresses the sales from food from the vehicle itself. So not quite the same of what we're seeing. They're using the vehicle to transport, but this would be like if someone's opened up the back end of a U-Haul and you're selling on the back of the truck, something like that would be applicable or an ordinance that we already have.
Okay.
So, what we would be asking for is direction today from the board of any other ideas or any direction, also conceptual approval to modify Chapter 8.05 of our health permit ordinance so we can look at our different Senate bills that we have and how can we, put some more items into our ordinance to help us, combat to the best of our ability. We can make changes all we want. Will it stop them from coming up? No. But we can put some limitations in there, such as with these bills, we can't regulate when and where they do because that would be prohibitive against the Senate bills. However, with those the pictures that you saw with them right on the corner of Missouri Flat with the orange van, we can. That's a public health and safety issue with traffic. So we could put that in there. You cannot set up within X amount of feet from a roadside. No vending allowed with a permit.
Yeah.
But it just gives another thing that you can't do. You get them off the road, get them off the side of the road. So if we're able to put some of these items into our ordinance where our jurisdictional tools of our task force, where it's a code enforcement, or if EDSO is going there to see a vendor, they know you're not in that right of way, you need to leave. So these are some of the ideas that we've come up with, but we just need to get conceptual approval to make some modifications to our ordinance to see what we can do. We don't have all the answers now, but this is the first step to get, as we did before in the previous items, just to get the ball rolling, to have us talk with other agencies, see what other counties are doing, because again, this is nothing limited to El Dorado County. It's all over.
Yeah, one other question. Are they required to have grease traps on these trailers or vehicles?
That is, they're supposed to have hand washing, mechanical
Right.
refrigeration, and all of the other things too. The grease trap would be the last thing that these people the vendors would be having on there, but no, because the types of foods that are allowed under these Senate bills, these vendors that we're seeing are going above and beyond of what they're doing. So we're talking about the simple foods being cooked out there, but no, all the grease, that in itself, as you've mentioned to me before about you've driven by, you see the birds up there pecking at all their food leftovers and the grease on the ground. Regardless if you're vending or not, that's a violation. There's no protection of that one.
Yeah.
Red.
Sorry.
Traditionally, these, if they were permitted, they would go to a commissary where they do have the grease traps so that they would,
Yeah.
be
I
able
was
to.
just asking because the reason why is because of what he just mentioned, going by there and seeing all these birds picking up all the food waste. They were all crows is what they were. So that's why I was just kind of curious.
Supervisor Ferrero.
First, thank you for doing what you do. I'm assuming it's a lot like whack-a-mole.
Very well put, sir.
The exemptions that the Senate bills allow, and are they exempted from any type of permitting? Like if I bring my cart to a sidewalk.
No, they're not exempt. It's just that you have to be permitted with the agency, the local enforcement agency such as us.
So
it gives them certain protections as long as they stay within their realm of what they're allowed to do.
Okay.
But what we're seeing is well beyond that. As we saw pictures, it's a full-on restaurant.
Yeah.
And we're talking about like a cart on the sidewalk selling, like hot dogs, things like that, but not full-on preparation.
Right. And then you're out on the weekends. Oh,
There is one more thing to add to that. So what Jeff is talking about, they're not permit exempt. However, if you are selling prepackaged food less than 25 square feet, non-potentially hazardous, they are not required to get a permit, but we are requiring them to register with us.
okay.
And the registration just keeps their location with us. So if we do get calls, then we can reference them to make sure that we're not sending staff out to go see that.
All right. And then like after hours or weekends, who do we call? Who's the public call to report these vendors? Is your number active on the?
It's Jeff's personal cell phone.
That's what I've been giving out. No, is there someone to call?
The portals. Well, only you guys can call me or text me. But as it is right now, it's our general number. So if someone were to call in saying they saw something, it goes to our general 5300 number. They leave a voicemail, send us an email, and then we follow up with it. Again, as staff mentioned, it's the coordination of trying to see, are they always there? We look for a pattern. And, you know, as I discussed before, it's that we just can't go out for something where we know we want to get coordination, but we want to see what's the pattern. And there has been cases like this is, you know, throughout the United States, everywhere else, but and in Colorado, there was one where they did mention like the health department took 2 to 3 weeks just to monitor, just to see what is the pattern, so we knew they were going to be there. Because if we've got, you know, we have 3 field staff on the West Slope, we have a vacancy and a supervisor, and trying to coordinate with staff after hours to take away from, you know, their life on the weekends it's hard to do sometimes. And we want to make sure we do that. We do a coordinated effort, that we have success, that we know we're going to hit some.
Yeah. All right. No, thank you. If you need help coordinating with CHP, you know, let me know.
We do.
Do you really? All right.
Well,
Give me a call.
but this is the ask. This is the ask to open up the conversation with our board, your board, and to come up with ideas. And if we have conceptual approval to move forward with an ordinance, then we can look at these items and then we can work collaboratively together to figure out what's the best approach. We can put a lot of things in to help us strengthen and deal with when they come up, the vendors when they come up. We can't stop them, but what we can do is put a lot of roadblocks up there and have that out there.
Well, and I'm guessing you know, like you say, the Senate Bill 946 doesn't really apply here because we're rural. I'm guessing the state is going to legislate around that. As soon as this starts getting, you know, as soon as we start enforcing it, they'll make that a broader umbrella of exemptions that they don't have to be just on a sidewalk.
But again, it's not just being on the sidewalk, it's what you're doing. What is your business and what you're selling? Yeah. If we had these vendors that were following what they should be doing as a roadside vendor or a sidewalk vendor, excuse me, and we say you can't be on a dirt lot, you need to be over here on a sidewalk. We could guide them for that. They can get a permit for that. But even we put them on a sidewalk, they're not doing the activities. They're going full on cooking restaurant.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is that they use this as a means to say like, oh, I can go up here and I'll claim, you know, I'm covered under this, but they're really not.
Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, thank you for giving the example of what you might add to the ordinance, chapter 805, because I was kind of going, what would, but you said like the place where they can do it kind of stuff would be added in there. So that was helpful. Are we planning on, I know it's been done before and I don't think it was very successful, but those were really graphic, gross photos. And so is there any thought of doing some kind of a public education effort, using those gross photos, by the way, on Facebook with a reel and, you know, that kind of thing? Or that's one of our bigger challenges, I think, is I've seen the Facebook posts and some of you will be like, hey, the taco guy's over here. And then people just glom onto that. And I'm sitting there going, ooh. And then it'll be interesting because there was one thread that was going on. It was up in the Divide somewhere too, which isn't more unusual. It was in Georgetown, I think. And then one of my constituents who happens to read my newsletter, I just happened to take from your newsletter, Supervisor Veerkamp, about the food vendors. And then somebody chimed in and said, hey, the board's trying to stop this activity. It's illegal. And other people didn't seem to care. But, you know, I think a good reel might have some impact on folks just to say the risks that they're taking. And then when you come back with this, are you planning on having a specific ask of us? Because I'm not seeing it in this presentation today as far as resources.
That is something that we still want to explore with our partners and say, like, if you look at the ordinance, what can we do?
Okay.
Like to expand, can we, you know, expand to allow, you know, treading lightly on the different Senate bills of what you can, what you can't do, is like we like to explore a little bit more, even with council, to see like what would our limitations be, and if we can incorporate a little bit stronger enforcement with, say, code enforcement or EDSO as far as to address vehicles and what they're doing. Because right now, our health permit ordinances, if you're operating with a health permit, you're subject to 2 times the health permit fee. We can take the equipment, restore it at Union Mine. In order for them to get their equipment out of Union Mine, they have to pay the penalty fee. It's the money that they're spending on the equipment, making it from homemade, is way cheaper than it is to pay the permit. Or we thought we might have had one that rented the equipment and they chose to eat their deposit and not go back to get their equipment they rented from us. So we can send them an invoice for operating without a health permit, but if they don't pay it, there's nothing that we can go after them on. So I would like to explore what we can do legally to say, like, could they be cited to have to show up for, a court case for something, or, an administrative thing, we have to show up for something. That I don't know, but I'd like to explore some other things so we can get a grapple on it.
Okay. No, that really helps because it's kind of like we don't have anything concrete to even consider. And so when you come back,
It's much easier when we got a brick and mortar store that doesn't want to comply because we have the tools, we know they're there. We issue a closure, it's easier to
Right.
monitor. But when you're moving around in a vehicle, you get an address, maybe you don't get an address. I don't have an ID, I don't have anything. You just tell them you need to leave. We can do that all the time, but if they keep coming back, but how do you stop it? Really, I don't think we can, but if we can put some other things in motion, we can explore to make it uncomfortable for them to be up here.
yeah.
And maybe that's what we're looking for.
No, I appreciate that. And I will say that I have gotten phone calls from some of the local businesses that are impacted by this too. I mean, they're following the rules, they have the restaurants, and then there's somebody out on the corner taking away their business, and it just isn't okay. So,
And we've also included the treasurer and tax collectors group. They've been invited to the task force. I believe it's chapter 5, where you have the business license that requires everyone doing business. They have to have one. It also authorizes any law enforcement officer or code enforcement officer to go into any business and ask for that license. So, these are some of the tools that we wanted to put in before we came to the board. So at least we've explored what we have what we already have in the county-wise, but I mean, that's something that we would also incorporate. So that allows, like, if code enforcement or EDSO is out, they have a question, you're on the side of the road, you can't be here. Do you have a business license? No. What's the penalty for that? Let's explore that and see what we can do to help. Like I said, again, to make it uncomfortable for them to be up
Yeah.
here.
okay, thank you.
Discourage them from coming up here. It goes to another county.
Supervisor Veerkamp.
Yeah, I just really applaud the efforts, treasurer, tax collector, ag department, SO, everybody involved. We've had some task forces in the past. The Orange Crush is one of them that Sheriff DeAugustini called. So it's going to continue, but I think you nailed it. We make it as uncomfortable as possible. We owe it to our restaurants and our folks that are doing it right, that follow all the requirements, as well as our general fund, because this is money right out of our general fund that feeds this process. Unfortunately, it's not a huge break-even process. Maybe it's going to cost us something, but it'll cost us a lot more when that sick person claims that the county allowed something to occur. So with that, I would move staff's recommendation to provide direction, which I think we've pretty well discussed here, pursue any other alternatives you've talked about today and anything else you might come up with, and then bring it back to us to enhance our enforcement on these type of vendors.
I'll second
There's
that.
a motion and a second. And Mr. Turnbull, did you have additional
Yeah, I just wanted
comment?
to say, and Brian hit it on the head, especially when it comes to the safety of our residents. And we need to look also about these vehicles that are using on private property, if we can get it where we can actually hook up to their vehicle and tow them, and that'll make it a little bit harder for them too.
U-Haul will have a fit.
Oh, yeah, they
Yeah.
would. Exactly.
And maybe with Carla, we could work on some sort of press release that we could all put in
Yeah.
our newsletters
Yeah.
and get
We've
distributed.
a few years ago, we did that with a predecessor back over here from the ag department. We did do a flyer of but this was before the restaurants came out. It was more of the fruit vendors, but yeah, definitely that. We'd like to probably coordinate. Hopefully we get a little bit closer with our IT project and then kind of bundle that together with the public facing. This is what we're doing. Here are the dangers, and kind of put it all out there.
Yep. Very good.
And in the talks with EDSO, with their PIO, the sheriff did say, once we get something, definitely let them know, and they'll put it up on theirs too.
Perfect.
Okay, there's a motion and a
Madam Chair,
second.
may I just also include, just to be clear, that with the direction that we do get conceptual approval to modify the health permit ordinance 8.05?
Yes.
Okay.
That's all part of that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Yes. Supervisor Veerkamp made the motion. Supervisor Turnbull second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Jeff.
Thanks,
Thank
Jeff.
you all.
Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody, for working on this.
All right, we still have one closed session item left. Item number 1. To my colleagues, do you want to do board member updates now and then go into closed session?
Yeah.
Or do you want?
Get her done.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Parlin, would you be willing to start us off?
Yeah, just a few things that are of interest to the board. I did have another meeting, keeping you guys apprised of residents in Cool and Auburn, and then with the ranger, actually her title's a captain, I believe, for the Auburn State Rec area. You know, on the projects out there, the congestion, I don't know if you see the social media, but it's been a nightmare. There was a very popular TikTok apparently that just drove people by the hordes. It's awful. And also out of that conversation, I'm exploring it with AQND. I was told that Auburn is starting up another shuttle. They're going to give it another go. And since it would come into El Dorado County at the confluence to alleviate traffic, I've asked AQMD to see if there's any shuttle funds to add to that. So we'll see how it goes, but just want to let you know we might end up with an item on our agenda. And what was the other thing? There was just a handful. We had last Monday, ROC Rubicon Oversight Committee meeting, and in the spirit of the MOU between all the partner agencies, this was just the agencies talking so that they could plan their projects together, talk about policies that are coming and all that stuff. And then there'll be another ROC public facing with, you know, the follow-up of all of that will be scheduled sometime in the future. So really appreciate our parks manager for making that happen. It was very well received that the agencies could just talk to each other and work some stuff out. It was great. And then there was another thing I thought you guys would want to know. Where'd it go? I think it was just that I really wanted to do a shout out to our CAO for helping me, you know, have discussions with Mosquito and the other fire districts on that sustainability out there on our small fire districts. It's critical that they are sustainable and they have such few resources, but I think we're making really good progress. Everybody's pretty excited about the new things that are happening out there. So I will keep going to meetings in Mosquito probably until I'm out of office. So I think that was the only thing. I felt like there was another one, but if I think of it, I'll let you know.
Okay, great. How about if we skip over here? Supervisor Ferrero, are you ready?
Okay, yeah, I think so. On the 11th, we attended El Dorado Hills APAC. On the 12th, both Supervisor Turnbull and I attended and spoke at the Karen Park Fire Safe Council meeting, which actually included, unbeknownst to me, part of my district in El Dorado Hills. As was mentioned in open forum today, the Patterson Way residents held a little gathering for code enforcement last Saturday, and to recognize them in that house. I mean, literally, it's been abandoned for 20 years.
Gross.
The floor plan's incredible, but it's just, I mean, there's been campfires inside of it. It's totally abandoned. It's been probably used numerous times by high school kids partying in there, and it's just been a eyesore and a nuisance for the entire neighborhood. So it's finally for sale, and so hopefully we get that resolved soon. On the 16th, I attended it was sponsored by the Rotaries, but the Future Leaders of El Dorado County, and they did two. They did one with Ponderosa High School and Oak Ridge. I attended the one with that involved Union Mine and El Dorado High Schools, and it was one-on-one mentorship on interviewing school skills and how to prepare for life as in a career after high school. is really good. They do it annually. I guess it's been done for over 30 years in Folsom and Sacramento County, and they've been doing it a few years up here in El Dorado County. We all attended Judge Ashworth's retirement on the 16th. On the 18th, attended the Behavioral Health Commission meeting, and then I'm sure Supervisor Turnbull will talk about the Hydol dedication. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Supervisor Veerkamp.
Yes, we had a couple budget ad hoc.
There it was.
Yes, on functional group presentations. Thanks to everybody for that. I think they're going well, and everybody's participating, just about everybody. On the 19th, at our SACOG monthly meeting, and it was a tour also of West Sacramento. If you haven't been in West Sacramento of late, you ought to make a trip down there. Major changes are in the works, as well as a I Street Bridge replacement. That'll be huge. Coming from the rail yard. Just a lot of stuff. But I think the biggest takeaway is their projects are subsidized. You talk about their housing projects, and the city's buying motels. They had world famous for 35 motels. Actually, at the Barnyard, which is a drinking establishment, there's a drink called 35 Motels. Yeah. So, but here's the kicker, and something that we certainly haven't been able to figure out or do is subsidize those housing purchases with things and make them into workable projects. They've got the revenue coming in, and they make every grant dollar count, and they'll match, grants. We do some of that, but they actually put a lot more skin in the game because they've got it. But that's how they're getting a lot of the housing projects and affordability and so forth, and meeting their housing numbers, as well as dealing with their homeless population by all the hotels that they can buy and convert. Anyway, if you get a chance, go down there. Obviously, the Study Health Park and all the rest of it is beautiful, and that riverfront is really going to be something. The stuff they're starting to develop there, and then on the SACOG action calendar, we are starting our 2026 funding cycle, which is important. Our staffs will be all involved in that as well, for the requests for some of the roadway infrastructure work. Mobility zones got approved. Downtown Georgetown is going to get some crosswalks and some other improvements.
Okay.
That was all part of a mobility zone action. And then we approved the draft budget and overall work program and adopted new salary schedules for fiscal year 26-27. I shared that information with Joey as well, just for some outside information on salaries. So, and then I think I had one other.
We had a sign ad hoc too.
We did. We had a
did.
sign ad hoc.
We're talking
moving
about
forward,
digital
talking
stuff.
about the digitals and so forth.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow, LAFCO 3:30. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Turnbull.
Hang on just a minute. Anyway, on Wednesday, which these two forgot, we had an EDWA meeting. It was on Wednesday after the board meeting.
I didn't
but
forget, there was just nothing to report to this
Yeah.
group.
we attended
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, it's not really
Yeah.
a reading of your calendar.
Yeah.
It's what is important for us to know is taking place.
Okay. And then the El Dorado Hills APAC meeting, just listening in what was going on. It wasn't really much on that at all. And then we had LAFCO strategic planning. Brian and I both attended that. And then I attended the, Cameron Park Fire Safe Council, and was a spokesperson along with Greg about some of the things the issues that's going on in the county. And then we had went to the retirement celebration for Vicki Ashworth, which was really good. I'm glad that everybody showed up. And then I had a meeting, the Cameron Park Design Standards meeting in Cameron Park. Oh, yeah, in Cameron Park. There was like 4 attendees. I hope the next meeting we have coming up in April, there'll be more people showing up. I was kind of disappointed on that. And then, like I say, Greg and I did the dedication for John Heidel, the roadway there. So it was really nice. John Heidel Way, naming after him, especially the road that goes up to Station 85. So it was a great turnout. There was a lot of people there, and it was great. And Eileen was very, very grateful. She really was. She was actually tears in her eyes. She was crying a little bit, and so was his daughter too. They were just overwhelmed is what they were. So great thing on that. And then I attended the Back to Badge event. It was a great event Jeff put on. His speech was awesome. If you get a chance, I think it's been taped, but you can ask him about it. I'm not going to go into any detail about that, but it was fantastic is what it was. So, and then, so that's it.
All right, thank you for those updates. Madam CAO, do you have an update for us?
Just real quick, we don't have a meeting next week. We'll return on the 7th, and the 7th was originally kind of contemplated as a special meeting set aside for committees and commissions. Last week, your board amended your calendar to make that a, or maybe you did it today actually, to make that a regular meeting because we did have the afternoon open. And so some departments had some needs to put some items on there. So we'll have some afternoon items. And I do have a follow-up meeting regarding mosquito based on the meeting that Supervisor Parlin had mentioned. And we are getting closer with our Sheriff Security Officer staff, but I'll just leave it at that for now, but I'll provide updates as we get along with that.
Okay,
Awesome.
great. Thank you for that. We're going to go ahead and move into closed session. Do you anticipate any report out from that?
I do not.
Okay, so we'll note the time to adjourn, that we adjourn. Right now, we will move into closed session.